Good afternoon everybody, welcome back to the channel. I hope you're doing very well. Boarding is nearly, or looks to be, pretty much complete. And we're on for a bit of a long one today, so welcome on board. Hold on a second. This WeTune Beastie is starting to annoy me because it keeps changing to fingers, which is by force 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and I'm not selecting that, so I'm going to sack it off, and I'm going to, because that's unusable if it keeps doing that, unfortunately. Apparently it doesn't write anything, but it's doing something, because I'm not selecting any of that. Something's not quite right. What am I doing? Media player. Right, let's get that music sorted out. You know what, I've spent 30 minutes testing that and thought I'd managed to get around it, but hey ho, we get there in the end. Right, where are we? Stream playlist. Let's go on to Windows Media Player again. Welcome to you wherever you are in the world. Hit like, hit subscribe. 4 hours 15 minutes flight time today, so a bit of a long one out of SoFly's Bristol airport, and we've got the Fenix A321 in use for today. For good measure, we're flying one of our Osprey Airways scheduled services back to, or out of Bristol, one of our bases, to good old Tenerife South, and we've got a preview version of the brand new version 2 MKStudios scenery that's releasing fairly imminently. So you'll be able to check that out for the first time, as well as we arrive a little bit later on into our journey today. Do let me know if the music volume is okay, and the links are in the description down below if you want to get your hands on any of these sceneries. This Bristol I particularly love. It's the first airport I ever flew from, working for TUI Airways, or Thomson Airways as it was back then. We've got about 10 minutes to go to pushback, and we're looking pretty good so far. Let's run through the route. So, on the charts, everything's pre-flight wise we've already done. Winds are variable at 2 knots here at Bristol today. Decent conditions, all the nines, no cloud detected it says, although I can see cloud in the sim. 20 degrees Celsius, QNH 1025. I'm just going to check the weather toggle is on live, it is. All sorts of weird things going on in my sim since we ended up installing the old, what you call it, Sim Update 6. Alright, look at this new cinematic mode. This is cool. Can't buy there, mate, I know. That would be the difference between some of the scenery. Pilot Plus Bristol is the other alternative here. Sedge, welcome aboard. Thanks for subscribing to the channel. Good to see you. Ian, no worries, buddy. Evening to you. Try Sim GFX is installed today. We've got the latest version. Try the Cuba is in the chat. Welcome, Badger. Good to see you. MPS, welcome, mate. Ian, Carlito, good morning. And Tolotech, welcome to you as well. It's going to be an interesting little flight today. I'm looking forward to it. So, let's get rid of the charts in a second. Push start is going to face westerly out towards Wales, and then we're basically going to taxi out towards 09 for our departure. Now, all of the departure performance calculations that I have done have all said the same thing. You're too heavy to take off out of Bristol today. So we're going to run the engines up from a kind of static start, using as much of the runway as possible with a flat 3 departure, and we're going to send it. Max chat, Toga, on the XMOL 1 Zulu departure out of runway 09. So heading off east initially to about 5 miles from the centre point of the runway roughly, and then from there between 3,000 and 6,000 feet turning westbound 265 degrees out to waypoint Somot, and then routing out towards Exmoor. Neo, welcome. Thanks for subscribing. After that, initial climb for us today is going to be flight level 320 on the odds until we get towards France, so at which point at Salco we're going to then step up to flight level 330 for a southerly in Spain and France, odd flight level. Or Cock actually, there is the one that we step climb up to. and then working through, what have we got, 330 degrees, flight level 330, and then I think at Kubel it wants us to step up to 350 on the flight plan, but we'll assess what our most optimum possibilities are going to be along the way today. And then the arrival today brings us in basically between La Palma and La Gomera, routing it all the way around the island of Tenerife to, the plan is at least, land on ILS runway 25, but these are quite variable, and we'll just assess the conditions as we get a little bit closer today. Got the wing flex overheads fired up today as well, which means I don't have to lean up, look up. I've got to actually lean and click some switches on my hardware, so that's going to be fun as well. And all of the wing control setup, the ADD-ONS, the throttle, the ECAM, EFIS, FCU, the comms panel, the TCAS panel, the MCDU, Ursa Minor, flight joystick, the tiller, everything. So we're full Airbus today. Yeah, this is chase plane, Sedge. Wait for that APU to fire up. Seatbelt signs can come on. Yeah, the Ursa Minor joystick is brilliant. Oh, AP bleeds, nav lights, all that sort of stuff's on already. Overhead panel does match what I've got in my hardware, which is good. Always important to double check that stuff. Thought it was idle. We're going to have predicted wind shear, automatic GCTS is already on auto, auto scans on auto. I really wish they factored in a weather radar with a tilt, because it's been a long time. It's a bit frustrating they still don't have that. Whilst that guy tickles the inside of the terminal area, let's prepare for pushback and departure. Close up the doors. Right, let's disconnect the external power. Part brakes on, we'll leave the chocks on until the ground pin's attached. David, welcome mate, good to see you. Neo, thanks for subscribing. Joke Sim says hi, looking for some help. PC died last night. Would you have any idea how this or 2020 would run on a Steam Deck? Ooh, I absolutely no idea. I don't know, I'd have to Google what new Santara simmer is. Do I want to Google it? So, 1228, because all of London is online except for the pocket around the West Country, which is rather disappointing, but hey ho. Yeah, I mean, I doubt it's going to run on a Steam Deck. Joke Sim. Salmon, good morning. Right, so initial climb set, constraints are all set, ready to go. 1026 is the QNH. New Centaur is like the chase plane, but it doesn't take over all the default cameras. Oh. Yeah, I've never heard of that before. Doors are all closed. Let's get rid of the chocks and the combs, and let's go back to our charts. Facing Zulu, facing 09. Beacon light. Oh, hardware. I've got to remember that today. We're gonna check left and right. Right, EasyJets. Landed on 27. Bristol traffic. Osprey 321 Alpha stand 1. Going to give way to the EasyJet, taxiing behind left to right. When it's clear, push start on Zulu facing west for 09. There's a lot of Tomjets around.
Commencing push.
Lovely job. Let's rock and roll. Get rid of the music. Okay, ignition mode starts and engine 1. Run. We've got the CFMs powering our journey today.
Clear to start engines. Please set parking brakes.
Parking brake set.
Bristol traffic, Tomjet
2.
4 Mike Lima, pushing back stand 6, facing south on Echo 1.
Oh,
Bristol.
good. That's there's a 2E behind this bit here. That's where my old crew room used to be when I was working at 2E.
Unlocking gear.
I've triple checked, and it is runway 09 that is in use at the moment today, in real life at Bristol.
Tow truck disconnected. Bypass pin removed. Left is clear.
How you doing, Jay? I hope you're well. Yeah, no worries, Willie. I think, I don't know if it's the wing control stuff or not, but I suspect it's the wing control comms panel. Because whenever I click VHF2 on that, it reverts back, even though I've closed the beastie, it reverts back to 1215 and 12345. But that means I just can't use it if I'm streaming, because it forces us to tune into Sky Blue Radio. It'd be nice if we could actually put 12345 in as a preference of whatever we want as the user. Because what I'm hoping for now is we don't get a copyright strike at the end of our video today, which will be very frustrating. Flaps 3, rudders reset 0, ground spoilers armed, let's go ignition mode norm, that's all good, brake max, flaps 3 in green, let's just disconnect the pedals, and we'll get some flight control checks with the ECAM. You see our V speeds there, we'll set our trim while we do that, up 1.3. It's cleared MCD2 as well. Yeah, I think maybe if Sky Blue Radio was a forced default for a different setting, that would be nice, because Fingers is the one that I think most people would want to use, but certainly for any content creators, it's going to be copyright strike all over, unfortunately, so it's a non-starter now if it forces us to, with the wing control hardware. Because I physically can't use the comm radio panel and the beastie at the same time because of that. Which is a shame, because I do like the beastie. Takeoff config. That's all set, that's all good. Bristol traffic, Osprey 321 Alpha's taxiing out of Zulu for the whole point 09. No worries. I mean, I can understand why the Sky Blue radio's there. It's, you know, your radio station. But, and it's a nuanced issue for a creator ultimately to have.
The cabin is now secure for takeoff.
Thanks. I mean, it could be something I feed back to WinCtrl as well and say, look, this isn't, you've released it, it's not good enough. Because it keeps resetting itself to 1215 and 12345. Those lights are on taxi, that's all good, that's all set. So flaps 3 for takeoff, V1 on 128, V rotate 135, V2 139, but again, like we said at the minute ago,
Zulu to holding point runway.
if I go to the departure performance config, look, and we go calculate, oops, forgot, there we go. Aircraft's too heavy for the conditions and the runway selected. But we'll be fine. As the Dr. Pepper adverts used to say, what's the worst that could happen? Holy Christ. We're running a high cost index today as well, by the way, team. We're running a cost index of 100. So takeoff memos, no blue. First time in a long time doing a flex takeoff as well on the A321. Sorry, not a flex takeoff, a toga departure. Getting the most out of the CFMs. British Airways, interestingly, a bit of news, they have steered away from CFMs on their latest, I think, 25 or so aircraft that they've got on order with Airbus, the A320neos. What they've done is they've actually asked for the Pratt & Whitneys, the geared turbofans that are on the A220. We are pretty heavy today. 17 tons of fuel on board. Gross weight is the heaviest I've operated in a long time on an Airbus A320 family aeroplane. 86,000 kilograms. And it feels it because we're having to use a little bit of power on the ground just to keep us rolling up this hill here at Bristol. Opted for the Sharklet wingtips as well. Definitely been experiencing some more stutters with Sim Update 6 than I otherwise would have done. I don't know if you folks have had the same experience or not. Oh hey, we're here. Lovely. Bristol, if you've never flown into and out of Bristol before, it's really, really good because you're on the edge of the hills here, the Mendips, and basically, look, you go right off the edge of a hill there. You've also got like a bit of a ski bump and a bit of a weird kind of ridgy bit of runway. It's very cool. I could have left the APU one actually for a bit of snazzy departure magic. Right. Bit of power to get us up this hill. Bristol traffic, Osprey 321 Alpha, via Golf X-ray, lining up runway 09 and taking off on the Exmoor 1 Zulu departure, Bristol. Okay, landing lights, runway turn-off lights, strobes. I was getting iffy performance but tinkered with so much I've just done a full delete and we'll ruin start again. Crikey. Yeah, I think I'll probably have to re-optimise the sim again. Maybe drop some of the settings down. Got to put the old transponder on. God, we are heavy today. Don't stop. It's always more harder to get rolling again. But I want to give you a bit of a slow creep here because I want to basically grab as much of this runway as possible. You can already see, if we look down there, look how wavy this runway is. You can't see the other end. Such a great airport to operate into and out of. Some mega stutters going on there. Super tight with the tiller, and I've buggered the tiller turn, which meant, well, that now means that we've lost about 10 meters of runway, more than we would have done. But we're all good. Right. We set for this? I think so. Let's get chrono started. Hold on the brakes. Go for 50%. Toga.
Bristol traffic behind the departing Osprey A321.
Speed's alive, power's set.
Tomjet 4
We've always got enough space.
Runway 09er, Bristol.
100 knots. Come on, we're running out of runway. This is going to be tight. V1, rotate. V2. Positive rate, go up. Flaps 2. Just leave a climb. Be very careful with the controls because we're in the hook, if you like. We're not in the massive bits of danger zone, but it's just one to watch there as we accelerate out for our departure today. 160. Let's go back to flight plan mode on the MCDU. Flaps 1. Let's go autopilot 1 engaged. Beautiful, flap 0. Oh, just double check the speed there. Ground spoilers disarmed. Bristol traffic, Osprey 321 Alpha's airborne through 3000, Exmoor 1 Zulu. Okay, there's the turn, outbound. On our departure, we're going to route round towards waypoint Sommet. We're going to get a nice view of the airport. Actually, it'll be on our right wing tip as we climb on out.
Jet 4 Mike Beamer taking off runway 09er on the Exmoor 1 Zulu departure, Bristol.
The hook is like the so on the speed tape. Said you'd have seen. No, my terrain level of detail is like 150.
Bristol traffic, Tomjet 9 Golf line up runway 09, this traffic.
It's basically like the speed you'd have seen just on the left here. It's not there now, but you see like a little yellow line and a little bar. That's like a hook. Just something to be aware of and manage. Into the cloud. We have the weather radar on. We do now. Let's keep on climbing. It's 32, isn't it? I'll go for a smooth climb, 1600 feet per minute. You'll see that hook move around. It's more so on the approach. If you're descending and you are using the speed brake, which we will do so, we'll need to do in the A321 in a little while because it's quite a slippery aircraft. Peter, good morning. Thanks, mate. Yeah, so the issue with the performance calculators, and they were all telling me no, is effectively because it factors in the stopping margin as well. So if you get to V1 and reject the takeoff, effectively it's saying, can you stop in time? The solution there is you reduce your V1. So your V1, instead of it being 136, for example, your V1 becomes 120. And then you've got a long gap before you'll rotate, but your V1 you hit earlier, so you're kind of committed earlier, or you stop earlier. And there's no ifs or buts. But that's one way of doing it. I'm just going to stop the chrono and reset that. Now we're into climb mode. If you didn't already have a little look, go check out my video. We could do it after the stream today. Did a video the other day. Very rare long haul flight actually in the A350, but created a bit of a time lapse of it. Had the most spectacular sunrise. But if you've not already checked that out, go and have a little look. We have got to get their cost index, to be fair. We are running at cost index of 100 today, so we are absolutely smashing the speed. Through 10,000, let's get the landing lights off as well. That's all set, done. Seatbelt signs are already off, and we're on standard pressure. Atney is Tenerife South V version 2 if you own the Tenerife package. Mate, you know what? I'm not sure. Let's see if I can find out whilst we're on the stream today. Oh, hold on. It says V2, but I can't find MKStudios GCTS. Oh, that's why they sell it on Orbex. And it's for MSFS 2020. Orbex and Sim Market, but version 2 will be available on Contrail instead. What do we got? GC. Yeah. I'm not sure then, actually, to be honest with you. If Ashley's in the live chat, he might know a bit more. What's MKStudios' typical kind of? I'm trying to rack my mind to remember what they do typically for these sort of updates. Whether the MKStudios Tenerife South version 2 is going to be a paid update or a free update. I've asked the question to Ash GPT, yeah. Epic. We can get rid of these charts as well. Right, was it ATC, ATSU? Is this where the messages are? AOC, receive messages. Hey, somebody sent me a telex. What? Please check your VDGS panel and follow the startup window given in VATSIM VDGS. Oh, well, we'll have done that anyway. That's a new, that's quite new. VATS.im VDGS. Oh, for goodness sake. VATS.im VDGS. I can't spell anything today. Yeah. This is quite snazzy. Let me show you this page. It's basically a ChatGPT made page by the looks of it. Like everything these days. I'll put it up as a window. There you go, so you can see the entire thing. So you see taxi time 15 minutes. CTOT and everything else would have been on prediction. Reroute proposals. Special ICA plan. Runs a standard ATF CM prediction for the flight plan rows. Calculated takeoff time, delay and regulations affecting the route. That's quite cool. Airspace timeline. Look at this. It actually shows you that LP West is active as an online frequency. This is pretty snazzy actually. I didn't know this existed. Actual off blocks time 11:17, estimated off blocks 11:15. Look at that, we were bang on, and we complied with the regulation. So this is sitting in the background of VATSIM now. ACDM airports. So that's interesting. So basically, whenever you log on and you're on Unicom, you're going to have to start checking that just to be sure that you've got the right thing set up. And then you're off blocks at the right time as well. Okay, so here, look, we're struggling to climb, so I'm just going to go back to push for managed climb. I basically was trading off speed for climb performance with vertical speed mode. That's what we were doing. Marco, thanks mate. Have you seen the financial performance refresh today on Osprey Airways? We are absolutely smashing it. Mainly in part thanks to yourself, Mr. Salt and a few others. That's smashing it out of the park. In the week, we have got an operating margin of plus 9.7%, which is amazing. And we're nearly, what are we, 20... So we are nearly 50% schedules. We've flown 43.5% of all of the flights flown this week are schedules versus 56.5% as free flight. Although the monthly statistics are slightly higher, 44.4% schedule, 55.6% free flight. Most profitable route still is Cape Town to Manchester, 2 flights, and they've earned a profit combined of £414,000. And that's in pounds, not dollars. If I change that to dollars, which is what Sky actually uses, it's $564,000 US. And in the month, Manchester to Cape Town is the highest combined flight balance for the month. $834,000 in 3 flights. That's incredible. Just got to keep it up. Hey, Mr. Salt, thanks, mate. No worries at all. Dan Epic, good effort. 120 hours, my goodness. If you're unsure, team, that basically what earns the most in New Sky's ecosystem or environment is the scheduled services. That's what earns the big bucks, and it goes into the virtual economy of the New Sky system against the virtual airline, which is pretty epic. Let's pop that range ring right up. It's Salco. Wow, that's French airspace already. Do like the 321. I'm busy with a free test flight from Cape Verde to Cape Town, just testing for next weekend's event. After that, we'll do a scheduled flight. Nice. We did have some schedules to GVAC on the system, but because no one flew them, I kind of took them off. They still haven't actually published the official roster for Cross Africa yet, for those of us that are controlling. I know where I am controlling though, because I basically asked quite bluntly. My consideration is trying to be working out how we do the tower view. Whether I do 2 separate streams, the first one being Cape Verde, and then we do a second stream with our second stint, which is 3 hours at Nairobi Tower. Or if I just do one big one, because there's a half an hour pause in the middle where we basically have break, and there won't be any flights. But it will give me time to kind of get up, stretch my legs, close Euroscope down, prepare the next kind of radar scopes. Yeah, Mr. Sot, it's interesting because so AdSense control the ads on the website, but I can't seem to like minimize the amount. But the websites are really expensive to run. I renewed back in January and it cost me, what was it? I can't remember. I discussed it at the time. It was something like £500 for 3 years, which is something crazy. So I have to try and kind of get a dent into that. Otherwise I'm forever kind of operating the channel at a loss. So I've got to try and balance it, but effectively Google ads, they're now really automated. So they take a lot of power out. Even during the live stream today, I've turned adverts off, but it came about a few months ago, or a few weeks back. I think it was Flight Deck to Sim found out. YouTube are putting adverts in anyway. So we have no control over that, which is deeply frustrating. I could find out. Let me. You know what I'll do? Because I'm not sure. I'll ask ChatGPT. I'll ask the question. I mean, the ads don't actually make that much of a dent anyway, to be fair, even with the ads that it's putting on there at the minute. I think it's like 30 quid a month, 40 quid a month that it's gaining me. So that it basically, I think it covers the cost of the website just about, along with like all the other fees and things around it. What's that little threat box? Where's he come from? You see it, Dave? ChatGPT is doing a deep dive on work mode, which will hopefully answer our question, mate. We're investigating if we can have a remove the ads or put them in specific places, because the way I've configured the website, I could probably show you at some point. The adverts are only supposed to appear at the very bottom of the page, so you've got all the content, and then right at the bottom, the ads. So in theory, you never really have to see them. But then Google auto ads, cheeky buggers. What we're going to aim to do over the next few weeks as well is optimise the fleet a little bit more, so that we can effectively offer a slightly more competitive fleet. So the ones that are not being flown as much we'll just remove. The bases that aren't being flown as much we'll take away. Like for example, if Liverpool remains unflown, then we'll remove that as a bit of an example. And just to rebalance the network, try and keep it balanced so that we can cut our costs down. Because those of you who have seen our website, britishavgeek.com/Osprey-Airways, and all the financial data at the bottom, you will remember seeing like a expenses breakdown, and it shows you how much money the big fleet that we have costs the VA, effectively in virtual currency, mind. So it doesn't really matter, but it's nice to chase these things and try and build profit and stuff like that, virtual profit. Yeah, Mr. Salt, so every day, every schedule has effectively like contracts for catering, passenger airport services, slots, landing and takeoff slots. They've kind of built all that into the back end of the system. So to have a schedule, you have to have a presence at the airport. So you have to add that into your VA network. That costs a daily fee. If you set up as a hub, then there's a higher operational fee to have the hub, a fixed daily fee, but you have significantly reduced operating costs. So say a contract at an airport with 10 services, 10 flights would cost, I don't know, $50,000 a day. If we designate it as a hub, the hub will cost us $10,000 a day, but the contracts will only therefore cost us $25,000 a day instead of $50,000, so there's a saving. The problem comes though is if you've only got 1 or 2 flights going into and out of an airport, that's where a hub doesn't make sense, because the flat fee will be higher than the price of the contracts. pretty comprehensive. We are in French airspace now, so I'm going to just tickle up to 330 and then auto set the cruise to that. What's our... got a constant Mach on? Mach 7.9. Yeah, Mach 7.9. Cost index of 100. Yeah, I mean, we've added that massive set of bases in the US. But again, if not many people fly from there, we'll just cancel the whole hub. But there's really short hops that you can do around there. So, for example, Matthew, one of our channel members yesterday, did... God, one of you guys in the club lounge will remind me if I get it wrong. Memphis to Dallas Fort Worth and back, wasn't it? And it was like both loads were full each time, and there was like $150,000 profit in a 1 hour flight because of how big the loads were, which is amazing. So you could in theory do like 4 or 5 hops, like 3 or 4 return journeys and that, absolutely smashing it out of the park. Yeah, Heathrow Head and Ada is amazing. But yeah, if you can fill an A380 up at Manchester to Cape Town, Heathrow to Cape Town should be a massive one as well, to be fair. There should be big, busy loads. But if you can fill A380s up, or super efficient A350-1000s, then my goodness, you're going to be making some money. You're going to be printing cash. What a first flight, Mr. Sol, that's epic. I mean, we should do like a bespoke merch line for the long haul guys. Got any ideas of what you'd want on a t-shirt or a baseball cap, let me know. Well, I'm going to put a poll on for those of you watching. If you use the website, please answer the poll. have you say, 3 options. I put the bottom one in there because I know some people will get rid of the ads completely. But I'm curious to hear your thoughts. Basically, if we were looking at, because ChatGPT reckons it's found a way, reducing the adverts on the website, adding a very small monthly fee to cover the costs, and offset that so that we can keep running the website, building it all up and that sort of thing. Not doing that and leaving it as it is. And then the other option is reduce the ads anyway, even if it means that the kind of the way we cover the costs of the website dries up. When I say small fee as well, by the way, I think it would be looking at, I'd have to look at the maths, but like £1, £2 a month, so I don't know, what do you guys think? Happy to soundboard in the chat and get your thoughts. Another company message. Osprey Ops. I kind of wish with the Fenix, if there's no delay, you didn't get that pop up, because it is a little bit of a waste of time. Oh right, Patreons and all that sort of stuff. I'd never looked at Patreon. There's no native switch. No pay for West 2 player, then I'll free restrict that such as the price and plan exclude the entire operating. That's a right old bit of tricky stuff there. Well, oh, by the way, in the poll, when I say add a small fee, the small fee would be optional. It wouldn't block the website. So I probably should have made that clear, in case that changes your mind. So basically, there would be a login section where you get, if for the subscription of £1 or £2, like Mr. Salt suggests, it removes all the adverts. But those of you who don't sign up to the fee, you would see the website as it currently is anyway. There's no change. And that would fall under the yes, add a small fee and reduce ads. Probably didn't make that particularly clear, did I, at the start? But if that changes your mind, let me know. I'm very open to hearing all of your thoughts. So basically it would be, would you be in favour of a small fee to reduce ads? That would be in addition to how it currently looks. So if you don't pay the £1 a month or £2 a month, whatever it is, there's no change to the website for what you see. If you decide to subscribe to reduce the ads, then they will all vanish and you won't see any ads, but that would be covered with the very small monthly fee that you get to pay instead. So like an optional website fee to remove all the ads, otherwise it's just business as usual anyway. That's what ChatGPT says it can achieve for me anyway. Basically it'll be like a members area with login and a pricing plan for supporters. It would only initialize and request AdSense ads in the background from Google for anonymous visitors, logged in members who have not got a plan, and expired or cancelled supporters for the website. Active subscribers receive the same web page and content, but the AdSense code is never initialized. I don't know what that means. That would be like a make a step-by-step how-to guide. I mean, we're talking small numbers anyway, aren't we? Most people, like myself, would just view the website with the adverts. I suppose it's a nice added little option to have. How much does go to AdSense? Christ. The ads. You report. What day are we today? 23rd. Christ almighty, yeah, the website operates at a massive loss. Even with all the adverts, since we I don't know if I should vocalise this. Bearing in mind how much the website cost, it has made a whopping £5.57 since January. Oh my goodness. I mean, the argument there, isn't there, of is there any point in having adverts on it at all then? I could just turn the adverts off and then just say to people, like, if you want to donate to help cover the costs of the website, click here with the donate button on the website anyway, isn't there? That's woeful. It doesn't even tell me how the payments work, so I've not had a crikey. My last payment from AdSense was the 21st of August 2025, and since then the website has earned £28 in a year. But because the payment threshold for YouTube is 60 quid, or for Google AdSense is 60 quid, they haven't sent it. That's so bad. What is the point? Surely there's a way to force it to pay that money. No, there's not. Amazing. Right, let me do this while I'm live. How on earth do we just get rid of these adverts? Marco, thanks buddy. Welcome on board. Join us as a gold frequent flyer. Make sure you link your YouTube account, by the way, mate, into Discord, and it'll give you access to our club lounge, which is like the members only section of Discord. Right, first things first. Auto ads, where is that? Keep auto ads, but use this ads. Auto ads on. Hold on, where's that? Alright, well, there we go. Auto ads are now off anyway, so they should all be in the next hour forced to the very bottom. That's madness. We've determined it's pointless, ads on the website, yeah. Although, I suppose I could argue that that offsets a little bit of the cash, but it's not even like... What is the maths? I'm just... So in an entire year, it's 4% of the cost of a 3-year web page. Jeepers. Oh, I have an answer from the question right at the start of the stream about is Tenerife South a paid upgrade or a free upgrade from MKStudios. We don't know what the discount amount is yet, but it will be a paid upgrade for current existing customers. It will be in the region of the previous bunch of version 2 products from MKStudios. GCXO, which I think is Tenerife North, isn't it, is not included this time, so it's only Tenerife South. Transfers are possible as always from MKStudios products if you wish to transfer over to Contrail, so you can also transfer your version 1 purchase for Tenerife South on Orbex or Sim Market into Contrail. Then that will allow you to buy the version 2 at a discount on Contrail. Hopefully that answers that for you all. There's some high level cloud. Progress page gives us the step climb optimum. So a little while, when that hits 350 for an optimum, what we'll do is we'll do a step climb up. We'll just monitor that. Hey Ed, welcome mate. Oh, look at this! It's a Jet 2. To be specific, it's Chanix 4 Lima Echo heading to Leeds Bradford from Arrecife. Lanzarote. Who have we got flying along today? Right, so let's have a little look. So there's our departure out of Bristol. Heading out of Western Supermare. There's a lot of traffic at Bristol there still. I'll say a lot. There's 3 aircraft. A couple of arrivals. Ian's photo, I think, there. Awesome little fly past there. Got the jet in the background there, going underneath. Chanix 5 Kilo Lima. And then we got, Ian, Subject 4 Mike Lima. Followed by Moa. And they got Easy 5-3 Bravo uniform heading in the A321 out of Gatwick for Tenerife South further ahead. That's it, that's the lot for today. There's a hell of a lot of weather there, right on our route, including a fair bit of red, which we're going to have to keep an eye out for. Some hell of a storm by the looks of it. So we'll see how we go. If it's particularly bad as we go towards it, what we might have to do is some weather vectors to head a little bit over the Atlantic Ocean a little bit more to avoid that. And then what do we got here from Comba? Looking pretty good condition wise down on the Canary Islands though. Good, loads of loads of traffic around South Africa at the minute. We're looking really good. Nairobi's looking busy. Sim update 6 I think is going okay. I've noticed I'm getting a lot of stutters on most aircraft during takeoff and landing specifically, which is a bit strange. Don't know why. Cool, there's the pole. What we'll do is we'll deliberately reduce the auto ads, so turn the auto ads off, and then we'll leave that donate button on the top left of the web page. So if people want to optionally add a bit of support to keep running the website, try and reduce the loss that it makes, then that'll work. It's a good balance, I think, won't it? Appreciate all of you who took the time to do the poll. We've got to build these things based on what you want. Hence why we completely redid the schedule network for Osprey as well. Try and change stuff up, switch it up, give you what you want. Ooh, I think it fluctuates, Marco. I think as long as we can be cash positive each week, with it on the the monthly statistics on the website, I think if we have an operating margin that stays above 10%, then we're good. Epic, Michael, good man. Look forward to seeing you en route. Apparently there's another update to Chase Plane, which I still haven't downloaded. Hopefully brings a little bit more stability to it, but I really like the enhanced camera panning. Quite smart looking, I think. That one where it goes above the top look, it just did. That's, I think, my favourite in-flight cinematic view. Always looks good, doesn't it? Christopher, welcome. Are you using Active Sky? No, this is all default MSFS live weather. It was a discussion we have quite regularly, actually. I think in the early days of Microsoft Flight Simulator 2020, so we're going back 6 years now, you needed, realistically in the early days, to inject weather via Rex, for example, or some other form of add-on, which invariably was payware. But you don't need to do that with MSFS 2024. But I think I've used live weather and default settings for about 3 years now. I don't have a reason to get anything else. I went through a phase of having the Rex kind of live weather system. I can't remember what it was called back in MSFS 2020 as a bit of a backup. Once it became more stable. But yeah, it's one of those things that genuinely I think you see people talk about and you see people promote and try and get people to do. I genuinely think it's a waste of money these days because the weather system inside the sim by default is really good. I mean, but 4 or 5 years ago we went through a phase in MSFS 2020 where the weather systems kept crashing and it all went down, didn't it? So a lot of us then flocked to products like Rex so that we had some form of live weather fed into the simulator. But yeah, they're genuinely not needed at all. It's just a waste of cash. you're better off taking the money and putting it into an add-on that you want to buy, like an aircraft add-on, favourite thing you want to purchase, or a new airport scenery that you want to fly to. That's my personal opinion anyway. Hopefully that helps. Buddy Funkster, welcome mate. Made the jump to Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024. Only about 30% of his third-party add-ons need an upgrade fee, so thumbs up, good to hear. Control bindings are a bit messy, but getting my head around it. Yeah, there's a couple of changes, but yeah, genuinely, I think in a couple of weeks you'll have got your head around it, and you won't look back. Genuinely, I think you'll look forward to being in the sim all the time. I mean, the sunrise I had the other day when I did the long call on Friday and did that long time lapse was just phenomenal, with that kind of lightning storm and everything else. Just brilliant. Yeah, see, that's a great shout, Ian. So, Christopher, what I would recommend instead of buying something like Active Sky or Rex or whatever it might be, you're better off purchasing TrySims GFX, which I'll put a link to in the live chat if you've never heard of it before. We're using it, well, I use it all the time actually now. This is not an affiliate link by any means, but it's just to show them that where the traffic has come from for potential orders. I don't earn anything from it at all. It's about 14 quid and it's brilliant. Depending on the conditions, basically, it's $20 US. The detail is really is in the website anyway, but effectively it gives you like cinematic mode. There's really good kind of things about vapor burn off and thrust on rain, water jet blasts, water trails, wing vortices, straight vortices on the little blades on the wing on the engines, engine condensation depending on the weather conditions, and the one I like the most, which is a feature that has never been in either MSFS 2020 or 2024, when you go through cloud, we all know what it's like when we're flying in real life, and the cloud is a dense bit of atmospheric air and stuff like that, so the wing kind of like disappears and slices through the cloud. In the sim it never did that. GFX, TrySims GFX is how you make that happen. Boaz, do you remember when they took lightning out of MSFS 2020? I think it's still missing. Is it? Yeah, I remember we used to get lightning like all the time, didn't we? So like, even in clear skies, there'd be like cracks of lightning and all sorts. Yeah, it was a bit random. Brilliant. Did we have ice in the airframe for a while too? I think Fenix couldn't run with it. Yeah, we went through a phase of having to turn icing off, didn't we? Because you'd get ice everywhere, and then because the way the Fenix was created, it meant that the aircraft was basically unflyable. This cloud is threatening us a little bit, I think. What do you guys think? Optimum is 340, but we might have to step up to 350 at this rate. It's a shame we don't have like this weather radar stuff. Properly working. Right, let's go to 3.5. Just going to do a quick check of traffic around us, just to make sure I'm not going to climb into someone on VATSIM. Ah, cool. Ian's at 37. Perfect. Got 2,000 feet separation post climb. That'll do us. I mean, what we can do is just see at what point we enter the cloud, which I think is going to be quite soon. And then I can hopefully show you the GFX in action if we do slice through a little bit of it. Badger's in at 36,000. He's in the cloud. Oh my goodness. Right, seatbelt signs on, I think. Just in case. How turbulent is it, Badger? Or is it pretty smooth? Oh yeah, look, here we go. We're in the cloud. So we try sim GFX. What I want you to do is kind of like monitor the wing, because if we go further into this and it's dense enough, we should see the wing begin to kind of disappear in the cloud. It's something that the sim has always lacked for what, like 6 years now, 7 years in fact, because it was August 2019 MSFS 2020 got released, wasn't it? Got released early because of COVID. My motorbike insurance is going to be due soon. Oh jeez. I hope that's gone down. £1,500 last year. Hey Andrew, welcome, hope you're well. Where's my calendar? It's coming up soon, isn't it? Yeah, for bike. He's the most stolen in the UK though, which is part of the problem. And that's with a discount, with like tons of security all over it, in a locked brick garage, CCTV, like ground anchor, massive chain, another front disc lock thing. But I'm a new rider, which doesn't help. I've got 2 years, this will be my second year of riding, no claims. So that makes a huge difference as well. Here we go. Like this long suspense of waiting to see what the clouds do. Yeah, and a guard dog as well, Birdman, yeah. That's a good point, actually. Yeah, I didn't mention that one, actually. Yeah, Andrew, that's on our radar as well, mate, to be honest. We got 5-year fix 4 and a bit years ago, and effectively we're remortgaging, or we're going to have to remortgage to get another deal on around sort of March, April time next year, and the mortgage is going to go up £400 a year. £400 a month, sorry, £400 a month, which is insane. But as ever, I'm already kind of like racking my brain how to deal with that. I'm hoping that the interest rates will come down even just 0.2%, 0.5% by then. But you know it's bad because you see like people where we live, they will suddenly start selling up. So you know for a fact that they've kind of like hit their limit of what they can afford. Oh, Ian, epic. What have you got? I remember flights like this, or it was years ago now, this is like the days of Britannia Airways out of Birmingham. But I remember the crew would come around with the meals, the in-flight meals. And it was back in the days where the in-flight meals were actually included, I think, in the flight from memory, or they were purchased in advance, or some. I think everyone got breakfast, or I'm sure it was all included by default back then. Before they realised they could charge money for it and earn a fortune. But they used to do this amazing tuna mayo dip, like a tuna mayo kind of like cucumber salad with a bit of onion, and brilliant. Where did you depart from, Andrew? And do you remember what airline it would have been? 31 years ago did this exact flight. Was it as in like Bristol to Tenerife South 31 years ago? Yeah, the good old in-flight tours were great. I remember those as a kid. Going up to see the pilots in the flight deck during the cruise. It was always pretty epic. Very sad that's long gone now though. It'd have probably been like Britannia Airways, wouldn't it? Or My Travel in the 757s. There you go. 4 options. Britannia Airways, 737s and 757s on behalf of Thompson Holidays. Air Tours was a massive player in the 1990s package holiday boom. Flying weekly holiday charters from Bristol to the Canary Islands for Air Tours holidays. And then Monarch Airlines, they operated seasonal and year-round charter schedules from Bristol to Tenerife. And then there was Excalibur Airways that operated an A320 fleet out of UK regional bases, contracted by independent tour operators for Canary Island routes. It'd have been one of those then. And then there was some charter operators from Spain that kind of came into the UK to help boost seat availability on busy routes. So Air Europa and Oasis International Airlines / Spanair. Flying colours. Now that's according to Gemini. How true that is, I don't know, but Thomas Cook would have been one, wouldn't it? But what was Thomas Cook beforehand? I think it was JMC, wasn't it? Or Air Tours. Air Tours was a good one. I think I flew on Air Tours once. Always flew Britannia. We always went on holiday with Thompson as a package of holiday company. You go to the little Thompson travel shop in town. You book your package holiday with the travel agent, and then you get your paper tickets. David spent a long time in the 747 cockpit when he flew to Vancouver back in the 80s. Epic. Yeah, there's something cool about being in the flight deck, but in cruise, doing the little flight deck tours and saying hello to the pilots. Neil used to get the captain to sign his logbook. Nice. If it was in a package, it'd have been like an Air Tours 757. It was something like that, it'd be cool. God, that's it. What an experience that would have been, Neil. 15 years of age, Sabre Airways let him jump seat the departure to cruise and cruise to landing in their 737-800. What a remarkable thing to have been able to do. We're not quite in the old. We're not quite enough in this cloud at the minute to get the most out of Tri-Sim GFX. Does make me wonder actually. Is it on? Yeah. That's cool. The thing is, it's things like that, Neil, that experience they kind of influence the path or the choices you then make later in life. So yeah, how many? That was you were 15, and you still remember that now, all the way back in '98, so vividly. I remember chatting to, it was flying the 757 to, oh, where was it? It had been one of the Greek islands, because growing up we always went to the Greek islands on holidays. Different island every year. Kos was a favourite one. It was always Britannia 757s, and on the odd occasion it was a 767-300 that took us, which was, I always remember it was the biggest aircraft that I've ever been on at that point in time, and I was like, this is huge. But there was, I remember speaking to the captain and the first officer were both ex-Royal Air Force. And they'd both, I remember them talking about it, like the captain had flown the Tornadoes years back. The first officer was also an ex-RAF Tornado pilot who had not long come back from the Gulf War and then left the Air Force. And then that kind of like pivoted me into like, oh, I want to fly fighter jets growing up. It was I remember that one, albeit very loosely, because I think it was like, I'm going to have to Google to just double check the registration. It was like GBYBL or something like that. Was it BY? BYAL, I think it was, or BYAB. One of those. BYAL, it's got to have been something like that. The registration of the 757-200. But it was interesting because I remember the pilots had somehow managed to get. They managed to write to Britannia HQ, or they did something anyway. It was not long after I got back off holiday. I had this like care package delivered to the house. They must have had like a conversation with my parents to get my address. But I remember having like loads of like bespoke Britannia Airways merchandise and postcards with the 767 and the 757 pictured on it and all sorts of stuff. Yeah, it massively like solidified for me wanting to become a pilot. Every single flight we went on, every holiday. Want to go see the pilots? Yeah. It was every single trip. It was great. And I remember it was the one time we flew. Was it Monarch? I'm sure it was Monarch. I think it must have been out of East Midlands Airport. It was the only time I went on holiday with my parents and my nan. And we were coming back from Menorca. We had a massive like lightning strike, an aircraft, you had the huge crack of like noise and light flash through the cabin, and everyone was like, "What was that?" My mum freaking out, and I was sitting there thinking like, "This is wicked." Yeah, Excalibur's not an airline I'm very familiar with. I mean, for me, growing up, all my flights were into and out of Birmingham. So everything was Britannia, Thomas Cook Airways, Thomas Cook Airlines, JMC Air, Air 2000, Air Tours. Can't remember any others. Oh, what a great summer camp that would have been, Birdman. Air Training Corps many years ago. Air experience in Chipmunks. Yeah. See, I did my experience in the Tutors. Vulcans at Scampton. Phantoms at Coningsby. On summer camps. They would have been phenomenal summer camps, my goodness. I did Coningsby. No, I did Coltishall with the Jaguars, and that was amazing. And not long after the Typhoons had entered service, and they did like a load of run and breaks, a little show for over Coltishall to kind of like say hello as an introduction to service. But it was like bittersweet for the people on base because they knew that that was replacing them, and that aircraft that was doing the little hello show would eventually lead to the decommissioning and the closure of that entire station, that entire RAF base. Madness, really. We went to Tenerife from Gatters on a DC-10 Cal Air spin-off from British Caledonian. David loved summer camp. First ever was to Church Fenton. Got to stay late on a visit to engineering, do a ground engine run up on a Jet Provost. Amazing. They still got some of the Jet Provosts at RAF Cosford, and they do for the Defence Technical College. They have them like taxiing around, unless they've got rid of them now because they've got loads of Jaguars there. They've moved loads of Jaguars to it. Yeah, where did I go? RAF Halton and RAF Coltishall are the two that I can vividly remember for camps. And RAF Halton is obviously a defence training school station, so it was like the RAF's training school for the trades. And it was a little bit rubbish because there's not very much at Halton, really. But we were constantly getting coached out, so we were always on coaches throughout that week, going out to various other bases in the local area. And one of them was Benson, RAF Benson. We did a load of air experience flying at RAF Benson there for the day, which was great. And then I kind of ended up doing loads of flying at RAF Cosford instead in Shropshire, where I became a gliding instructor for 4 years or something like that, 4 or 5 years. Which was brilliant on the Grob Vigilant, because it was basically like powered flying. It wasn't really a glider, it was a glider with an engine, so you got to just go and blast around Shropshire for a couple of hours throughout the day, every day of the weekend, and occasionally on summer holidays I'd spend about a month at RAF Cosford. We'd run back-to-back courses and we'd just be flying every single day. It was brilliant. And because it was military aviation, it was far more casual. Still very strict and disciplined, but there was a lot less kind of like fluff on the radio. And the circuit pattern was different, because I remembered doing my PA-28 training, it was always square circuits at Coventry, and then at RF Cosford there were ovular, not oval circuits. It took a little bit of a retrain of my brain, because the glider never wanted to land. you had these massive air brakes on the wings that you'd have to like you'd pull out and you'd have to really carefully balance and move throughout the entire turn onto final, so that you weren't too low and you weren't too high. And it needed like properly intense proactive management of that. There was one, I remember it really vividly. I took off out of Cosford for a sortie in a Vigilant, and it was just a 30-minute kind of like experience flight. We used to do compressed sorties throughout the day for certain days of the weekend when you'd get like an Air Cadet Squadron visit. And effectively what you would do is, depending on which one of the 3 types of sorties you were on, you would either just do, it was the basics of flight, the principles of flight, so you'd cover just pitch on one sortie, or roll in another sortie, and then the other one would be about yaw and power, but all very basic stuff, just to give them a little bit of a flavour into flying. But I remember flying out over towards the Wrekin, flying around, doing the sortie. Didn't really do very much. We were doing pitch, and within pitch you would do stalls and a few other things as well. And something happened to the radio stack on the aircraft. A wire came loose in the front or something, because basically I lost all the radio. And I was coming back into Cosford, transmitting blind just in case. And then I had to do, for the first time in my life, never done it since, kind of like a lost comms procedure. And I could hear them, but I couldn't transmit out, which was kind of like a bit of a saving grace. So I could hear that they'd recognised the fact I'd had a radio failure, and they were basically saying that they were going to guide me in with flares, a bit like your signal lights, David. And I remember flying like on the downwind leg, and it was like green flares to say that I could continue to final and all that sort of stuff. It was great. I got on the ground, the air cadet was like, oh my god, what happened? It was an emergency, like really buzzing. Thank god it wasn't anything worse, my goodness. Although sometimes we practiced on the Vigilance. We'd go out to the local area and then we'd simulate an engine failure from about 6,000 to 10,000 feet basically. And the instructor would be there during your training flights, certainly when you were going up to the next category of instructor level. This was really key, but they'd basically just kill the power, and they would hold that power down the entire time, so you couldn't instinctively try and add a little bit of power sneakily or anything like that. They would hold that back, and you had to glide all the way back to the airfield. And that was where they really tested your kind of skill of like best glide speed and all that in the glider, with the engine just kind of like windmilling. But that was always a bit cowboy, because they were like, no, we're simulating the emergency all the way down to the ground. So you had to touch down on the runway with it. And even if you were low, it wasn't too bad. If you were just a bit too low on the downwind leg, you'd cut the downwind leg, you'd kind of focus on getting to base, and then you'd sweep in on the base, the ovular kind of base leg, turn onto final, rolling wings level over the like the train tracks at RF Cosford. You'd roll wings level, and then only then you'd be constantly like on the speed brake thing, the big air brakes on the wings. But if you were low, quite typically you didn't want to use the air brakes. You wanted to keep that kind of like glide performance. And if you were high, yeah, you were having to either extend your downwind ever so slightly, but everything was so critical to decision making. You became a really good glider pilot because of it. But all of that really helps, I think, become a good pilot naturally. Yeah, 7.6 radio sticks, Andrew. 7.5 taken alive for hijack, 7500. 76 radio sticks. 7600. 77 go to heaven. 7700. Yeah, we've heard nothing about the Neos, unfortunately. How you doing, Ashley? I hope you're well. The Fenix Neos will be really good. I mean, I love the Flyboy A321X, but kind of hoped it had a cabin and stuff like that by now. Because it was 4 years or so ago, wasn't it? They kind of split the branch away from the Asobo model. We're kind of hoping that that would be the lead into get its own bespoke model and interior and everything else, but it's never really materialised. Much like the A380 cabin, though. Just like that, we're out the cloud. It's kind of like a massive pressure system, but you kind of see it stretching off all the way down there. So like wall of some like cloud, like cold front. Where are we? Oh yeah. So if I zoom on out, Elevatex, look at that, we're right in that whole like, load of pea soup down below. Doesn't look too bad out of the window though, does it? You've got all that red there. What have we got? We've got approach, so we've still got no ATC. Yeah, we discussed this on a stream the other day, and it was like a bit of a 50-50 mix of some people think we're going to have Microsoft Flight Simulator 2028. Some people reckon we were going to have to wait until 2030, so we were going to get MSFS 2030 as the next big one. Not actually sure, to be fair, which one to expect. There's the Portuguese coast down below. That's the cinematic view that they need to put more into, because it's very rarely selected, like David said earlier on in the chat. Oh, Dubai version 2 from Whitney Builds is coming soon. Terminal models updated, artwork updated, additional surface detail, airfield and ground environment overhauled and updated along with performance optimizations. I mean, they need to optimise Heathrow, because my goodness. If I fly out of Heathrow, it's okay. If I fly into Heathrow, it's really stuttery. Yeah, we do. We said that, was it last week we flew to Vancouver, Andrew? We said that it's the scenery in Canada is just really underwhelming. Quite low quality in a lot of places. Yeah, to be able to parachute a goal will be a good one though, if they can pull that off. But Pilot Experience Sim have been making shot a goal for like a year now, I think. Very little progress. But they've kind of just got to get it done, don't they? Anyone checked out the new Unibuilds Malta yet? So. Yeah, hopefully not, Neil. Altimeter issue isn't fixed on the A220 yet, unless they've got version 1. Not the one they released the other day, but if they've released the next one. I don't know if there's been an update today. I doubt it. I do know that it's coming out to Init Manager in a couple of days, so those of you who have been waiting patiently to get the Synaptic Simulation A220 directly from Unibuilds, the time is nearly here. I mean, it still does everything else, but obviously it might just ding you for the altimeter. Do we have Malta as a route? I can't remember. We did previously, but I think because no one really ever flew there, we never bothered keeping it. Oh no, we do. Gatwick to Malta and Liverpool to Malta. One flight across all 4 schedules, which was done today at 3 AM. So yeah, we do have Malta on the route network. I wonder what the passenger demand is. Ooh, pretty big. Cargo and passenger demand. 2,226 current passengers wanting to go northwest. And about 400 units of cargo wanting to go northwest. So you could expect pretty full loads there. Gatwick or Liverpool's your lot. Does that make sense though? suppose, yeah, it's trying to push people into flying at Liverpool a little bit more. What do you guys all think about the whole EasyJet pulling out of Leeds Bradford? I hadn't realised they did a bit of an experiment with Istanbul as well, setting up a little base there as well, which has failed miserably and they've shut down. I reckon that once we start getting the that takeover with Apollo Financial Group, I reckon we're going to start seeing EasyJet consolidate at some of their bigger bases like Manchester and Gatwick. And then we'll start to see them thin out everywhere else, I think. Yeah, I think it's Jet 2 is just... they've just gobbled up the competition at Newcastle. And it's the same across a lot of other regional bases as well, isn't it? That's the thing. You look at Birmingham now, and the footprint of Jet 2 flights is huge. It's a massive success for them. So much so they've stuck all their new A321 Neos there. They always took off on Delta and never backtracked 3-2, so it must have been like, yeah, pointless then, isn't it? Like continuing a base. The thing is, you look at Leeds Bradford as an airport, and it's a bit of a weird layout. I mean, genuinely, it is a terrible layout, isn't it? Very small terminal area, very small apron area with quite an awkward layout on the apron as well. And then now you've got Manchester an hour away to the west, and you've got Newcastle, which has a much better layout and is thriving as an airport nowadays. Not too far north either. So in a way, could we reasonably expect Leeds Bradford to become the next Doncaster Sheffield? It's quite possible, isn't it? Yeah, so even that for Jet 2 isn't particularly cost effective, because those 737-300s are very light load jets, aren't they? Yeah, I don't know, I'm not massively convinced actually. Maybe if it does, it will be a cargo hub. Which is kind of what Bournemouth has become. Well, or had become until that A340 carrier stopped operating. Look at those CBs in the background there, my goodness. Huge storms. No, that's the thing, we don't need any more cargo hubs, do we? Glasgow's covering the north pretty well. Gatwick's pretty busy with cargo. Busy enough with cargo. And then you've got East Midlands, which is like the cargo centre of the UK really for flights. And that, so you've got one south, one mid, one north. I suppose you've got Manchester as well, but I don't think that's as busy as East Midlands, is it, with cargo? That does have me thinking though, what is the busiest UK cargo airport? East Midlands. London Heathrow is the busiest UK airport by total cargo tonnage handled, whilst East Midlands Airport is the busiest pure or dedicated style of cargo airport, managing the highest volume of dedicated freight aircraft movements and express cargo operations. So Heathrow's at 1, East Midlands is at 2, Stansted's at 3. I always forget about Stansted. Yeah, I reckon the A340s would have been quite light in reality from Bournemouth. Otherwise, I think they'd have gone elsewhere. Makes sense why they went bust so quick, to be fair as well. Ooh, what's that? On the old radar. Nothing on Elevatex. Keep an eye on that. I suppose the thing is, the 777 freighter is so wildly overpowered. Same with the 777-300, I suppose. And I wonder if they then carefully manage the loads so it's never full. So, some of these kind of routes that Emirates do are massively loss-making anyway, but they'll just do it to stop people doing the shuttle service from, say, Newcastle to Heathrow and then jump on a BA flight to Dubai. Sam, yeah, I think so. Well, they've already rolled one out of the paint shop yesterday, haven't they, for the very first time. So it's a real jet. I don't know what sort of certification it needs though, or how many orders people have put in. This will be an interesting comparison. When we land, do remind me. I'll look at the hotels like Ian's asked. Specifically around the threshold of the runway, yeah? When we land, we'll look at the statistics of what we've earned from this scheduled flight, and then we will look at the comparison with some of the team that have got very similar loads that are flying the same route. So Badger, for example, flying the 767. We'll look at what the difference of profit versus loss is going to be. Ian, you're not tracking your flight today on New Sky. I think it's going to be more efficient. But I don't know what the comparison is going to be. I'll have to Google it. Of A350 freighter versus 777 freighter. But the 777-200 freighter. So the A350 freighter offers higher fuel efficiency and a larger main deck cargo door. But the 777-200 provides a slightly higher pallet count. So in the A350 freighter, standard large format capacity, whatever the heck that means, Google. The 777-8 freighter will carry 10 tons more payload and have more range than the A350 freighter, which is a predicted payload of 118 tons for the A350 freighter. So a max payload of 111 tons or thereabouts for the A350 freighter. The 777-200 freighter has a payload of 102 to 103 tons approximately. So actually the A350 freighter has a slightly higher payload, but it has a slightly lower maximum takeoff weight by 30-ish tons. It's got 270 nautical miles less range than the 777-200 freighter, but is more fuel efficient and has a larger cargo door. And the lighter maximum takeoff weight helps lower routine airport landing fees. Ah, that's clever. So it's underneath the next category of fee. Airbus looked at the A350. I got grounded from Osprey for a few days for calling at Gatwick Tower just as the boss was touching down. That was a few seconds before that. It was good to hear actually, it was quite exciting to hear. Nice way to end the video as well, like 8 and a bit hours later, having an Osprey naturally just taxiing on out for departure as we made our way in. It was pretty cool. Basically, you forgot to book it on New Sky today. is that the crux of it? Sam, yes, but you will need to transfer it across from your Orbex account or your Sim Market account, depending on where you purchased it. You'll need to transfer it across into Contrail. Then it'll activate the discounted rate, but it is a paid upgrade for version 2 Tenerife South. Interestingly, Tenerife North is not included in this, so you're actually going to lose an airport in a way. But how many people flew to Tenerife North? Not many. Oh, it's motorcycle renewal time, literally today or tomorrow. How painful. That'll be tomorrow's job. Tenerife North is a cool approach, yeah, and Binter ATRs are in and out there all the time. You do get some good Canary Island ops with the ATRs. One of the last flights we did was it in the ATR? Was it? I feel like it's like Tenerife to Madeira, something like that. Were they shut down by the French government? That's the first I've heard of that. What's your source? Where did you get that from? Yeah, that's what I thought was the case. I thought they couldn't get access for the airfield. They wanted to go to the airport to actually take loads of reference imagery to then take back and kind of like build into the scenery with real reference images, but they basically got told no. Any builds, they've made the announcement. I think they must have built elements of the airport already anyway from reference imagery online, but they've put out specifically to say if you work at Chodagall, then email the management team with reference images and all that sort of stuff, what you can help with. And that's a very different way of going around it. So they're basically trying to crowdsource all of the information rather than specifically go and get access into the airfield. Yeah, I mean, ultimately it is security that governments should be concerned of. Because we are flying around in flight sim, pretending to fly aircraft that are designed to almost be true to life, which in itself is a risk, right? Because we're all sensible people. It only takes that one person to have a different reasoning behind it. Same with airport scenery. You could load up the sim, and you could, I don't know, what we got? What's super detailed? I'm trying to think off the top of my head. Edinburgh version 2, Pirate Devco. No, actually, that hasn't got like the arrivals rules and things. Newcastle. Yeah, we'll go with that. You could go and understand the layout of an airport just by downloading an add-on for a game. If you have ill-meaning intention. We live in a world that is the unfortunate reality. So people have to be aware of it. Especially around those kind of security-sensitive areas. Landside is a bit of a different beast, but when you're looking at the restricted zone, which is ultimately what they're going to want access for, to take loads of images inside the restricted zone, that's that always carries some risk. And I know developers have had access to like Manchester, haven't they, before? They've been able to get in and get loads of reference imagery and things like that, but there would have no doubt been a discussion with their kind of like contingency planning team or security teams there at the airport to say, is the risk worth it? But every company, because these are all operated by companies or governments, they're going to make their own decisions, aren't they? They did, Sam, yeah. Old Flight Sim. Was it Flight Sim 98? I think they used. But yeah, that is unfortunately true. I think it was like rented a property and they trained in Flight Sim for 6 odd months. Did a bit of actual flying as well though. But that was one of the key things that came up from the inquiry, didn't it? Wasn't it? They had no interest in how to land the plane, according to their flight instructors. And the flight instructors at no point thought, that's strange. What comes up must come down. But neo-epic. And that's the thing, right? You go to Builds Heathrow and you look around the scenery that they've developed, and it's not so detailed that every single corner, corridor, layout is exact. But whilst it ruins the immersion and detracts from the kind of level of detail, I'm all for that. No airport scenery should look exactly as it is in real life. It should maybe flow in certain areas, but once you're looking at restricted zone areas and all that sort of stuff, or security sensitive parts, you should just see very generic blank stuff. I personally think, but hey ho. Yeah, the Dash 8 guy, was it Jazz Air, the Dash 8? He'd used Flight Sim as well. Although I don't think he'd used it with the intention that he had, but he decided at one point, sod it, I've had enough. And then took it for a joyride for his final moment on Earth. Yeah, I definitely think, just to go back to Sam, your point there about Aerosoft being shut down by the French government, which is why they stopped doing shoulder gall, I don't think that's quite accurate. From what I understand, it was more they just couldn't get the access they needed to get the reference imagery. That says looks like a nice arrival to be expected. What are the weather conditions? Let's have a little look. Oh wow, we're over the halfway point. That's gone quick. VFR conditions. Winds 160 degrees at 7 knots, variable between 120 and 210 degrees. All the nines, little bit of broken cloud, 26 degrees Celsius. Aaron, yeah. There's still uproar about that. I mean, I still haven't gone to go and see my dad yet, but it's probably bad to say, but it's one of the things stopping me going out there is because of the entry and exit system. I don't want to fly for 3 hours to then stand in a queue with people that I can't stand being around for 3 hours. Aaron flew into Berlin last week and it was chaos. And then I thought to myself, well, I'd maybe fly Heathrow to Madrid and then jump on the Air Nostrum service that goes to Almeria. But then I don't know if I'd have to do the entry-exit system in Madrid or in Almeria. Because in Almeria the queue won't be that bad. Because there aren't many flights to and from there anymore that have got international travellers. They're all going to Alicante and Murcia. But I don't know if I'd have to, if you fly into Madrid, if you have to do the entry-exit system, what you then can't do is have any flight out to Almeria for the domestic service from Madrid for about 4 hours to give you time. Yeah, that's it, Neil. That's what I get annoyed about the most. The intolerable people around me that we're all just queuing. Shut up and queue. You get like the people like, oh, I've got this, I've got kids, I should be fast tracked through the queue. No, we're all in the same position. You knew what to expect. Stand there and shut up. I mean, I suppose, in a way, actually, that is the perk. If you fly with BA, for example, and you're flying in business class, then if you're flying Club Europe, so but the perk there is you're getting off, hopefully, first before everyone else. So you're at the front of that queue. Aaron, that is wild. Society is so broken. We've got no hope anymore. Oh, that's the thing I need to look into, actually. I don't know if anyone in the chat does know the answer to that. If you fly, like that example trip, and you do 2 sectors, so you go Heathrow to Madrid, Madrid to Almeria, at what point do you do the entry-exit system? Wesley, good to see you. Right, so that means you have to do the entry-exit system in Madrid. Which, interestingly, you don't hear. So the big airports, well, mind you, actually, you said a minute ago that Berlin was bad. I haven't yet heard of any issues with Madrid, but then the price of the flights is like astronomical compared because the 2 flights. You'd land at internationals, go through flight connections to a domestic, but I think as you're connecting the queue might be short, as it might be a dedicated transfer border control. Aaron says when we've been through Schiphol, Newcastle to Stockholm, we queued for 2 hours at passport control in Schiphol. My goodness. Ugh. Well, I do need to go and see him at some point because he's. When did he have his heart attack? Nearly a month ago now, so he should be able to start doing a couple of bits of walking about and mooching and things. But I would imagine my options are going to be... I'm going to Google flights actually. Flights.google.com. I find it's pretty good actually, Google Flights these days, because you can click like Heathrow, Luton, and then Birmingham at a push just for cheaper, to Almeria or Alicante. God, they're so cheap in September. Maybe I'll go then. A few days. Why has that just jumped to 183? It was £55. I'm sure they're bugging me off. This is not right. Right, what shifts? This actually might be a good shout here. I'm getting completely off track here. Oops. Which one is me? I feel like I've just accidentally given Google control of my camera thing. Just need a photo of my shifts. I've got a million videos and photos of the MotoGP. Oh, there we go, here we go. Right, what have we got? So, 4th to the 7th September could be a good shout. 4th to the 7th. Non-stop, non-stop, non-stop. Luton to Alicante, 2 hours, 40 minutes with EasyJet, 143 quid. Ah, TUI Airways, what a blast from the past. Alicante, 184 quid round trip. Birmingham. Oh, it's on a 737 though. I like the Airbus. I feel safer on Airbus. If I do one stop to, where's Almeria? Heathrow to Almeria with BA, 652 quid. And it's 15.5-hour journey. Hell no. That's insane. So, let's get rid of Almeria. Just do Alicante. Or Murcia. RMU. Let's see what it gives us then. That's madness, there's no... I've got Heathrow on there. Right, let's do BA, EasyJet, TUI. I mean, it'd be nice to a Jet 2. It'd be nice to fly back with TUI just because of like nostalgic purpose. BA no longer oh, you know why? It's because BA only fly to the holiday places from bloody Gatwick now. Isn't it? So I'd have to go with BA with Gatwick. Maybe I'll tick that as well then, just in case, for good measure. Not flying out of Stansted, that's a miserable place in the world. Right, BA, Euroflyer, 2 hours 40 minutes. So £321 versus £217 with EasyJet from Luton. So we've got Gatwick to Alicante, 2-4. Hold on, where's the flight time? 17 to 21:10. That's a terrible time to arrive in Alicante with BA. £10 at night. Go via Guernsey, Neil. I'd not thought of that. Are there? I'm trying to think of that there's websites, aren't there? You could go onto like some websites that give you the best route. Can't remember what it's called. Is it Skyscanner? I mean, that'd been a cool route. Origny. 4th thing, which means 18th to the 21st. I mean, Jet 2 from Birmingham would be good, but you look at the state of some people flying on like Jet 2 and it does put you off. And actually, interestingly enough, Jet 2 departs 30 minutes after TUI at 6 AM. Jet 2 round trip 238 quid versus 188 quid with TUI. Or from Luton, £143. But that, I mean, that's an awful flight. That's arriving at midnight, so that's a non-starter. 217 quid for an early morning departure from Luton. Whiz, hell no. I would rather drive, to be honest. There you go, for Welling. Oh no, that's a BA. That's the BA service anyway. Is that going to be? Is that each? Often delayed, I love that. Often delayed by over 30 minutes, EasyJet from Luton. Jet 2 from Luton, often delayed by over 30 minutes. TUI from Birmingham, on time. Oh god, Google Flights has you expand it now and it says contrail warming potential low. Valencia. I thought that one actually. Let's go on Google Maps. In fact, I don't even need to use Google Maps. got Elevatex. Let's use the tools we've got, eh? Right. See, I always... Oh, there's Almeria. Thankfully, Ryanair 6 Romeo Romeo has helped point that out. So, Malaga. It's all the way down the coast. Has Granada got an airport? Is that a busy airport in real life? And then you got the new Murcia, region of Murcia International, Corvera. Because that, you kind of go down the road here, out of the airport, through Fuente Alamo, and then you basically join this like international highway, this Autopista del Mediterraneo, and you basically just stay on that all the way for about 2 hours, like through Vera, Garusha. In fact, hold on. Villa Ricos. Cabanales. That actually might be the best place to go. From Alicante. I mean, it's terrible, is it? I can't remember exactly where he lives because he's not long moved. Oh, okay, so he's around here somewhere. Vera. I thought I recognised that. What airport's that? So actually Murcia is bloody close. Region of Murcia Airport, and then Alicante. Valencia's quite a lot further, that's the only thing. Granada. That would be the day, Aaron. Granada in Spain. So Malaga's too far, it's the other side of Almeria. Alicante's going to be the one, really, I think. That's 3 hours. That's a lot of money, isn't it, just for a bloody flight these days? Crikey, BA want £1,000 just for business class. What a rip-off. Because it's so short notice, isn't it? Right, Skyscanner. I've never used Skyscanner before. Oh yeah, these are per person. Christ. Because the thing I'd have to factor in as well is fly the old, flying to wherever, and then probably have to pay to rent a car, because he certainly can't drive. That's about 200 quid in total. Actually, I've not put those dates in right either, have I? So that's going to be more expensive. Yeah, 200 quid for the trip for car hire alone. So the cheapest is a 13.5-hour trip with Air Europa flying Gatwick to Madrid, massive stopover. And then landing in Alicante the next day. £230 in total. That is ridiculous. And then yeah, it's picking up some really terrible flight times. Cool, well, I think that sums that up. I can't afford to go and do that at the moment. It's basically 500 quid before you know it. Chris, welcome. William, welcome, good to see you. Afternoon, Lee. How you doing? Can I apply chase plane on Contrail? Unfortunately not. Parallel 42 have pulled out of all of the reseller stores, so you can only buy direct from their website now. Right, Bexel, it's probably a good time for a fuel check, because we've not done that so far. .8 tons of fuel. Oh, we've got 400 kilos more to play with. So let's go constant Mach. Goose says no. Welcome back, Chris. Oh, I don't want that. Mach 0.8. That would be disastrous. Right, come on, let's give it. Okay, computer says no, sod it. Does it have to go to the top one? We're clicking random things again. 34 months, I know. It was crazy. It popped up the other day. It said we've been running the channel for 6 years. Phenomenal length of time. Awesome. Did you have ATC on your departure? I can't see you on yeah, I can't see you on the Elevatex map. Has it got a different filter on? No, I can't see you on there at all. Hey Aaron, thanks mate. Donated a channel membership for the next month to one of you viewing today, watching along the stream. It's gone to Willem. Very generous of you, thank you. Jay, he's been with us for 63 months. Yeah, we go. What a hell of a long time. Grace, no worries matey. Hopefully you're tracking it on New Sky. Willem, for the month, make sure you link your YouTube account into Discord and it'll give you access to our club lounge. Which is like the members only section of it, basically. Oh yeah, I see you tracking it. A321 Neo, nice. 50 old months. Appreciate all the support, Banjo. Gold Freak Flyer. Look at that thought, Baron, yeah. Sometimes I look back and I actually can't remember how long ago it was we started. And it's mad to think it was literally... Yeah, it was when Flight Sim 2020 came out, so... almost 7 years, going on 7 years, crikey. Chris Packett says, I tried for Newcastle and Birmingham but could not get the zero fuel weight high enough to please New Sky. Was that schedule or free flights? And if so, which aircraft? Zero fuel weight. So basically it would have been too much fuel but too full a load, so you would have to have reduced the cargo on the sliders, reduced the cargo and the passenger numbers accordingly so that you could have enough fuel plus diversion fuel on the A320. That's what it would have been. It could probably pop it up and say like aircraft selection and route length means that you need to reduce passenger load or cargo load or something along the lines of that. I just my airlines. I have a little look at it just to see what is currently there. A320. Holy moly! How many aircraft are based at Newcastle at the moment? 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. 12. What is that one doing at OR Tambo? Let's just delete that one, get rid of it. See ya. Hopefully no one was flying that, should have checked really. Oh, the MD-83s, A320. Oh yeah, so they're the new ones with the spoke Simbury flight plans. Oh, there's only one A320. It's actually Manchester based. Someone's managed to get it to Newcastle. A320 Neos are at Newcastle. But they've flown very much. Right, EGNTB. Oh, I'm going to kill that one off as well then. Bosh. That's the start of the star that's on the map for the first time. So in real life at the moment, not quite sure what runway they are using, but I'm trying to plot it. There is a Ryanair aircraft, 737 MAX 8, that's flying in from Manchester as we speak, that looks to be committed to the same arrival that we are doing, and they'll be landing fairly soon, so we'll monitor that. There's also a Thompson 737-800 getting ready to push back to go back to Gatwick. That should be pushing back pretty much in the next few minutes because it was meant to depart 10 minutes ago. But I think at the moment I've configured for runway 25. Interestingly though, that Navigraph tells me runway 07 is in use. Which would be simpler. Would also push our top of descent a little bit closer. I always forget at this point as well, it's about halfway between, just after halfway point between Osdiv and Comber on the right hand side, kind of where that little line is there, is Madeira. And I always forget the Canary Islands are further south than Madeira, Funchal. So many aircraft at Manchester. So where's he now? He's 12,000 feet, kind of at the peak of this. So if I look at the charts, that means he's kind of... Oh, that's interesting. He's doing a totally different arrival. What arrivals are available to us then? So he's had like a direct 2. So he's kind of gone off centre, comba, and then he's going from basically comba, by the looks of it, direct to Yike or Ikafu, one of those two. But if he's now right at the tip of the island at 10,000 feet, that means he's going direct to Ikafu from Comfa. If I compare that against this, yeah, 07's in use. Because look at that, Ikafu's at or above flight level 250 for the other runway. What the? Look at that 5 knot tailwind though. I'm just going to reconfigure these. Combo 1 home, oops. Combo 1 Golf. Alright, that's Zulu if in doubt. Pick Zulu. Yeah, that'll do. Transition Xanos. There it is. Right, let's change the box then. So I'll just grab the charts back up again. Boink. Right, GCTS arrival. ILS Zulu 07. Combo 1 Golf. And transition Xanos. Where's Kuta? It's going to be all the way over there, yeah, Xanos. Turn. Insert. Oh, we've got a threat box behind us. A TCAS. 20 miles ahead. Behind. Loads of room. Alright, so what do we got? Let's check all this data. William, no, I've got all WinCtrl stuff. I did get a Moser AB6 joystick. If I'm honest, with the layout of how I've got my entire setup, it just didn't work for me with a right-handed stick. And they basically expect you to spend another 150, 200 quid buying a left-handed stick that's compatible. And I don't think that's a reasonable ask if you have to then move your entire setup to just one bit of hardware. So I really struggled with it. I tried really hard to kind of get my head around it, but yeah, struggled with it unfortunately. Ian, welcome mate. So Kubil, Ostiv, Comba. Comba at flight level 350 still. Baracco Boxco, max 250. So I reckon he's gone direct to Ikafu the Ryanair. He's now at 5,000 feet. He's at 5,000 feet here. He's going direct to final. Looking at this, looking at flight radar. Runway 07's in use, MPS. $7,000. So it's going to be a bit of a sporty descent, I think, because we're going to have to come outside of managed modes in order to facilitate this arrival. Yeah, different arrival for you, MPS, but 07's going to be what you want to land on still. What are you doing? Turto, 1 hotel. Let's find it. Turto 1 Golf. Still brings you in, look, to Kitty. Then you route round to TS 748. And then you can just go across to Xanos and in if traffic permits. Turto 1 Golf. Right, where were we? Don't want to pin that. Oops. Ah, bugger. There we go. Rightio. Category C, 428. You know what we need? The weather. 1018. Temperatures are 27 degrees, dew points 19, so a good spread. Winds 200 at 7. Interesting to see what the Thompson's going to depart on actually in real life. Oh, the Thompson's disappeared off radar now. Tenerife North is busy. Yeah, that Ryanair's on short final now for 07 from Manchester as we speak. Runway, so do you mean Navigraph or New Sky? You have like the orange there, look, 5 knot tailwind, but so that comes down to like preferential runway system, so either 5 or 10 knot tailwinds usually are tolerated by some airports where they'll keep the runway as it is. Right, 200 degrees 7. Variable winds 160 to 240, so it could get a little bit spicy. QNH 1018. I'm going to change the transition level. Is it on here? 6,000. I'm going to change it to flight level 70. I always get these mixed up. There we go. And then the minimums 440. Barrow. Lovely job. Full flap. Is it going to be full flap? Could we get away with a flap 3? We might be able to, you know. Come off at Bravo 4. We'll just do low auto brake, reverse idle, full flap. That'll probably do us pretty nicely for that, I think. And then the plan's going to be traffic dependent and ATC dependent. Arrive via Comba will kind of mimic what this Ryanair has done, where we're going to then kind of do a direct to. But I mean, that's quite significant. We might have to fly Comba first to Brick, because there's 116 miles there actually. Look, so we can't reasonably do a direct to there. So we'll do Comba to Brick. I mean, even that's 90 miles. What on earth? What a huge shortcut they've given him. Just gonna have a look at the Tenerife landing stuff on VATSIM, see what we've actually got coming in. 1521Z, it's me. Easy 53 Bravo uniform from Gatters 1506. Object 4 Mike Lima, Chanix 5 Kilo Lima. Osprey 598. And then TUI. Dusseldorf. Many hours later, because it's only just departing. Okay, so where's that easy Barber uniform? He's there. He's heading over Madeira at the moment. Nearly. Alright, we'll just play it by ear. I reckon we'll see what happens. Is that the TUI? Ryanair. Oh, good. So Ryanair's landed in 07. Been to Canary Islands taxiing now with an ATR 72, so I'll see what that commits to for a departure runway. Mike Kelly, welcome mate. Listening with interest to your flying experiences, the mention of RF Benson triggered childhood memories of me. My dad was stationed there in the late 60s. Argosy was the main aircraft. Oh wow. The Armstrong Whitworth Argosy. Ooh, that's a weird looking aeroplane. Let me show you this on screen, guys. Look how funky that is. British post-war transport cargo aircraft. Final aeroplane to be designed and produced by the aviation company Armstrong Whitworth. Wow, BEA had them as well. Commercial side of things. Wild. Yeah, 07's in use. They've been to Canary Islands, is taxiing out to 07 now. That's the thing, with the airport here has got a 3,200 metre long runway. So 5-10 knot tailwinds, more than sufficient, certainly inside the aircraft's operating envelope. We shall do that. Oh, that's worrying. Whoa. The sim just randomly like froze up. Autopilot, that's all good, that's all say, that's stable. That's a squeaky bum moment. Have we still got the performance page in the MCDU? Yes. Back to flight plan. Progress. We're at optimum cruise at 350 at the minute. There's the METAR. As of 10Z though, so that was departing. Let's just give that a quick refresh. There's the current METAR. It's become a lot more variable. Yeah, orange is okay, it just means, like, caution, because it's a tailwind. It also depends on how you've set up your navigraph, because if you've got it set to, for example, like beyond ATC as the main feed of ATIS information, that more often than not, same with say intentions, gets the arrival completely wrong. I tend to look on, like I just did a minute ago, flight radar, and I'll actively monitor an aircraft going in and out, and that will usually give me the lead of what runway's in use. Actually, you know what we can do? Oh no, that's live. I'm thinking Boeing. I was thinking of putting the landing weight in. We don't need to do that in the Airbus. It thinks for us. Yeah, 5 knot tailwind, 5 knot crosswind. More than comfortable in this. Well, I can just about, in the background there, and see Ian's contrail. Ready? I'll do it again. Right in the far corner of the screen. There. Right in the backdrop. Might be able to see Madeira, but it's quite far away. 106. Oh no, we won't. That'll be right on the old horizon there. We've made some pretty good progress. 16:43. So we've got 1 hour 20 minutes of flight time left by the looks of it. So I think you're what you're doing Mach 80 on you, I assume. 15 miles separation. I mean that's the A320s are a bit slower than the old Boeing 737s. Mach 79 will be fine, Ian. That'll match me. And then I'll do a direct to, and we'll get the spacing back, no worries at all. I'll do a direct to from Brick to Araco, or Brick to Ikafu like the Ryanair did. That'd give us massive spacing, to be fair. So you could then also, once you get to Brick, you could do a direct to UK, and then that would kind of enforce the separation a little bit more as well. We'll be fine. Stay close then, Ian. Be nice to watch a landing. I can't remember last week's. Was it a good one? Still can't see you on the map, MPS. Unless I'm looking too far out. Well, not far enough out. You're not appearing on Elevatex on the VATSIM radar thing. Unless you're... Ah, no, I found you. There he is. He's a lot further south than I expected. He's near the kind of Moroccan coast. Gotcha. There he is in the Osprey Holidays 737-800. Epic paint scheme. Brought back to life thanks to Zato. Got a big old queue of aircraft there around him. Arrecife, 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 La Palma, Arrecife. Oh, Arrecife's bloody popular. Is that Simwing's scenery, Arrecife, Lanzarote? I think it is, isn't it? We've not been there for a long time. Fair enough, Ian. Aaron. Try hitting B when you change to local QNH. Press B and see if that helps. Because I wonder if in the background it forces the sim itself to refresh the altimeter ping. Interesting to see if that works. I think you're shown coming in after all of us anyway, Michael. You're 6 minutes after Chanex 5 Kilo Lima, which is Hergy. Myself and Ian have got a perfect 5-minute spacing. That's good going, that. Easy 5-3 Bravo uniform. He's 15 minutes ahead of me almost. Wowzers. Yeah, Jersey's a good one. Always a good one. It's an airport I don't fly into or out of often enough either, to be fair. How long do we reckon it will be before Fly Tampa release Princess Juliana? Because that looks like a phenomenal airport scenery they're developing, but they're very slow at updating a lot of their other sceneries. Beyond Athens, the rest have been really good, but hugely underwhelming. Yeah, I mean, I do suspect, though, Aaron, we're still going to be waiting a year at least for Parashottigal for mini builds. I don't think that's going to be any time. I think they've announced it because they've exhausted what kind of photo resources they have, I suspect. So they're now kind of trying to drum up attention, say, look, send us what you have. I reckon we're, at the very least, 6 months away from a Paris Charles de Gaulle airport scenery from them, I reckon. Would you know it? We can actually see Madeira. Just about, but it's there. Aaron, so between 0 and 1, I basically pull up the latch and then I'll move it into kind of 0.5 if you like. That for me sends to be flap 1, just on flat normal flap axis, keybind. And then flaps 2 is the 1 position, flaps 3 is 2, flaps 4 is 3, and flaps 5 is full, I think, off the top of my head. I know what you mean. It's the only limitation to having very specific hardware for one aircraft family. So this whole A320 flight deck that I'm kind of sat in at the moment, if you like, is great for this. Perfect for this. It's like maximum immersion. But the second you go into an A220 or a 737, all of your flap settings are different, and the detents don't match up properly. The speed brake handle doesn't act the way you want it to, because this is an Airbus. So this is a push, pull up to arm, and all that sort of stuff. So one of the many things that we have to consider. Red because it could be outside of limitations. Basically, if it's less than 10 knots for the tailwind, you should be fine, MPS. And it is. Tailwind landing limit is 10 knots, I think, for the A321. I'd have to Google it though. Yeah, that'd be a good little design idea actually, Aaron. Runway 07 still in use though. There's a Condor that's just landing in Tenerife South right now on 07, and there's a Ryanair about to take off on it. There's another Condor coming in from Hamburg as well that's getting ready. Tenerife's kicking into life. There's another Ryanair's just gone active on the stands to go back to Leeds. Yeah, basically they're tolerating the tailwind. Anything less than 10 knots is they're tolerating, whereas on Navigraph at the minute it's showing a tailwind of 6 knots, crosswind of 4 knots. That's fine. No, I don't use say intentions. I've used Beyond ATC before. I found that the approach runways and things, the configurations of the runways were always wrong compared to what was happening in real life. And everything else. And then I was going to try say intentions, and I've tried to try say intentions about 3 or 4 times, but the developers basically will give me a 24-hour free trial and then renew it every now and again. Just say, oh, you haven't had a chance yet, here's another. But I can't just say, yeah, I'll get it done that day, because I've got so much on anyway. Generally, typically I'll try and plan a couple of weeks in advance. Yeah, they're probably improving all the time, but I just found more often than not it was constantly getting the runways wrong. And you still see that the same when you configure your Navigraph to take what priority of runways in use. It will still get it wrong. It's like now I don't actually know what it's using. Because it's now telling me 07 is not used, but that means it's going to be using either say intentions or IVAO for the source, because there's no VATSIM ATC online. But it's now pinged up to me saying runway 07 is not used on the charts, look. But I know it is in use right now. I'll look at the TAF. So between 15Z today and tomorrow, so 15 minutes time through the next 24 hours, the mean wind 180 at 7. Which is basically a crosswind. So yeah, we'll stick with 07, that'll be fine. Yeah, there we go. It's using say intentions to feed in the data from into Navigraph, and say intentions is getting it wrong. So VATSIM, which is my preference, no VATSIM ATIS. Pilot Edge, no ATIS. IVAO, no ATIS. Real ATIS, no ATIS. Say intentions. 14 minutes ago, the AI program switched the runway to the one that's not actually active in real life. Compare that to right now, 07 just departed. Ryanair's pushed back there. Be interesting to see where he goes, because he's pushed facing east. The Condor's just landed on 07, and zooming out there's a Condor here that looks like he's headed towards 07 as well. So these next two arrivals, sorry, this one arrival here, this Condor, and that departure, that Ryanair departure there, they're going to be the key for us as to what we finally configure for our arrival today, more than anything else. Mike, welcome. Thanks for joining us. Bronze Frequent Flyer, good to have you. But yeah, that's basically what I'm monitoring at the moment. Is flight radar or AirNav radar box. I've started to like more because it gives you more information for free. I've started to go off flight radar. I've seen it before with the Navigraph system when it switches, and people are using, say, intentions for the cruise when there's no ATC online at the moment and you've been on Unicom the whole way. Some people will use, say, intentions or Beyond ATC, but you'll then see them configure for the approach that the AI program is telling them to configure for. Fair enough, they're being told to configure for example today, runway 25 on say intentions, but it's actually 07 that's in use. So you have to check yourself. I've had it a few times where like a controller will then come online and there's almost an argument between the person that's programmed their arrival versus what the controller has set up. The controller's setting up as per real life, but say intentions or beyond ATC says otherwise, and then it's almost like a to and fro. Ryanair's taxiing. And he's taxiing out to 07. There he is. God, he don't hang around them Ryanairs, do they? He was pushing a second ago. Yeah, Condor's coming in for that ILS 07. Look. So that looks like he's at waypoint Kuta at the moment. Tom Jet's taxiing. Here he comes. Yeah, SimBrief has always been iffy on runway setup. It just looks at the METAR, doesn't it, and say, what's the headwind? Perfect, that runway. But I don't think there's any more logic than that. There we go, look, he's turning as well, 07. Lovely, that's us committed then. I think we can just about see it in the horizon. The first time today. What are we now? 3 hours 30 minutes into our flight, 4 hours into the stream. Ground Operations Duty Manager is a job available. Hybrid working, full-time from Birmingham Airport with TUI. Wonder how much they get paid. Oh, MPS, no way. I mean, that's my daily life anyway, Neil. As you know. Ground Operations Duty Manager. Right, the typical pay range is between £33,000 to £54,000. Ground Operations Duty Manager, minimum salary is 36k, the maximum is 59k. That's a huge pay band. What were you flying, Michael? (737-800). Oh no, PMDG as well. Touchwood, it's never happened to me in a PMDG either. That's bizarre. If you're using New Sky, you could do that track, restore flight thing. The hell is this? There's a TAP 101 that's like on a converging path with me, but looks like he's gonna go. (1518Z). What the heck? He's shown arriving exactly a minute to 30 seconds ahead of me. God damn it. This could get spicy. How are we going to do this then? Both converging on waypoint brick. What's his altitude? 35. Well, great, he's at the same altitude as well. That's something for us to manage then. What's he in? He's going much faster as well. He's like put max chat on. He's doing 50 knots faster ground speed. See, what would be perfect now is if TAP 1101 recognise this like we have, and they just go direct to UK. And then that would just instantly give us the spacing that we need. See, he's kind of like over here somewhere. Can you see him, Dave? Get out of the way. That's got to be him there. Got him. Just see his contrails. God, the guy's properly turning and burning. We're kind of like stuck with what he's going to do now, and I'm not sure what he is going to, what he's going to do next. I might drop him a message and say, hey, from Brick, are you going to go direct to Cafu? In fact, not even that. Yeah, so yeah, that looks like... I'm just having a look at the charts here. So the Ryanair would have flown in around kind of Brick, somewhere like that. But halfway between Brick and Araku, he's then gone directly in because he's cut that whole corner. So where that line is there, that kind of like longitude latitude line, he's kind of come down here straight to a Cafu. So that would be our plan, but it very much depends on what this guy ahead of us is going to do next. Yeah, well, he's not going faster now because he's turned into the headwind. We've got this big old 63 knot headwind. Tenerife's looking majestic up out front though. Look at that. So this new Tenerife South version 2, fully modelled interiors, realistic landside apron infrastructure, custom jetways, realistic dynamic night lighting, comprehensive ground clutter. They're going to tailor some GSX profiles. They're going to probably be announced, released at the same time as release. We don't have that today. And then they've done like custom satellite imagery, custom mesh with the volcanic kind of Tenerife landscape blending with the airfield properly. They're also about to release Vega. We nearly flew there. It was a bit of a 50-50. FS24, GCTS, MKStudios. I'm just going to have a little look to see if I've actually got access to. There we go, GCTS. Got a null arrow. Okay, yeah, so no GSX profile there. There's that guy. 20 miles ahead, loads of space, but it does depend on what he does next at Brick for the waypoint. But we're just thankfully we've got the contrails there for now that can help us, so we're just keeping an eye on him. I'm hoping he kind of does a bit of a direct too. I'm just going to change the descent speeds in the box because we've got cost index of 100. So I'm going to set 280 instead for the descent speed. Something a little bit more normal. Right, so tap 101 is at brick now. Awesome, the VORs have kicked in. Tenerife North. Uh, 80 miles, less than 80 miles top descent. It's going to go all brake low. Got the latest weather data. We briefed for the approach. The missed approach for this is going to be fly runway heading 072 degrees, and then turn right max 185 direct to Kuta, which is down there. Join the hold at 3,000 feet for the climb. Nice and easy. 6 knot tailwind, 4 knot crosswind. So some moderately challenging conditions for us to consider. But nothing that we can't deal with. He's on the same path as us now, look. There's the Canary Islands dotted around for the very first time. Lanzarote off down there, I think. Flat island of Lanzarote. If you enjoyed today's live stream, don't forget to press that like button. When the Tenerife South airport from MKStudios does release and you want to upgrade, or if you haven't got it yet and you want to purchase it as a new customer, it'll be on Contrail. Make sure you click the link down in the description below, which is basically contrail.shop/British Avgeek, and that's like an affiliate link that helps support the channel at no extra cost when you buy your add-ons from Contrail. And if you're new to the channel, or if you've not yet used it, there is a 10% off code for Contrail down in the description, which you can use. It's a one-use only code per person, so use it wisely. So if there's maybe like, for example, the Aerosoft A340 600 is on Contrail. If you want to buy that along with some other aircraft, maybe some aeroplane add-ons, and have a big shopping basket, pop that code in and you save yourself a significant chunk of cash. I'm going to set 7,000, which is transition altitude. We shall see how we get on. QNH 1018, I'm going to set that now. Yes, he's going direct to UK. So he's actually splitting off over that way, look. Which is perfect. So I'm going to stick with this. We're inbound brick. Look at that, some good mileage. Just being a bit, so I'm basically playing approach controller now. I want a wider margin for error because I don't know what he's doing. But I'll probably match him with a direct UK in a moment. What's he flying, actually, more importantly? Airbus A320, that'd be fine. So similar approach speeds. So on that, actually, we should go direct EK now. $70 miles. Let's chase him. 18 mile separation, more than enough. Top descent reached. He hasn't started descending yet, which is concerning. That makes me think he is going with the standard MSFS, or Navigraph says so and so runways in use. God, for God's sake, Fenix. Who wants 6,000 feet per minute? No one. I reckon he's going to configure for the wrong runway. Lovely, here comes the VNAV ball. Let's round out the descent a bit. Let's go for 3,000. Bingo. Yeah, it's funny, isn't it? You're watching all these people on VATSIM departing on 2.5, whatever it is, because that's what Navigraph says, or that's what SimBrief says, but what's actually happening in real life with live weather on right now is they're taking the tailwind. They've just had another arrival. Lufthansa... Is that Lufthansa City? What is it? OCN? A320. A321 coming in from Frankfurt. It's just landed on runway 07. Ryanair's pushed to go to Stansted, and it looks like it's about to taxi off to 07 as well. We'll keep an eye. This is where VATSIM without an air traffic controller becomes a bit of a mess. Discover. There we go, Discover, thank you, mate. Yeah, 07's definitely the active. It's just a common misconception on VATSIM with Flight Sim that you can't land with a tailwind. Seems to be the general rule, but aircraft do it all the time. 5 knot tailwind, 6, 7, 8 knot tailwind. Anything over 5 knots, I think the airports start to ask the question of should we switch the runway, but it depends on what the weather trend is going to be for the rest of the day, because you don't want to switch the runway from 07 to 25, is it 25 here? And then find that the runway winds are actually trending more favourably on 07. Or you've just got a mean tailwind of like 5 knots anyway. So you just stick with 07. Miles, 24. Yeah, we're basically mimicking exactly what the Ryanair did here. live monitor. That's the Discover that's just landed. Just parked on stand. Ryanair's, I reckon, going to taxi any second. He's 5,000 feet ahead of me, above me, this guy. There's a Discover now that's landing on T5, bizarrely. Totally wrong, but hey. Yeah, no one talking on Unicom. Standard practice. I'm going to do a blind call at 20 anyway. 20,000 feet, just because this guy's not saying a thing. So good. Might do it now actually, and then I can work it out quicker. Tenerife South traffic Osprey 321 Alpha is A321 inbounds to Tenerife South with a QNH of 1017, currently descending through flight level 210, the 7000 direct to UK, and we're expecting the ILS Zulu runway 07 approach, Tenerife South. Can't have made that any clearer. No text on Unicom either. I'm assuming you heard that, Ian. You're behind me nice and close. UK at or above flight level 210. So let's go, what are we now, 1800 feet per minute. Let's try 2000 foot per minute. Tap logged off, oh, standard. Could have taken the shortcut. Right, solid. Correct. CAFU. Tenerife South traffic Osprey 321 Alphas going direct to Ikafu, descending level 80. So we're going to need to get a little bit more sporty with this descent again. So a bit more speed brake, just like the Ryanair did. I mean, cracking approach though, look at this. Here's the salt, welcome back. Conflicting, the thing is, we are as per real life. So where's my VATSIM Dewberry again? Oh, he's gone. The Ryanair's already just took off. So if you want proof of what's active right this second, Ryanair 66 Golf Romeo has just taken off 07 at Tenerife South. Yet Say Intentions AI is feeding incorrectly the wrong runway into Navigraph, and SimBrief is incorrectly telling people to use 25. Yeah, so just gonna have to see what that ding was. Right, there we go. Spoilers. Let's get the spoilers back out again. And speed's going to have to come right down to 220 now. So we're compressing all of this, so we're going to get a lot of work to do, but it's going to be pretty good. Seatbelt signs on. See what we can pull off. Oh, look at that. That's a mighty looking island. Lovely. So 1500 feet per minute. Decel points coming up. Just going to smooth out the speed brake use at the minute, like so. Hope you've enjoyed the long flight today, team. Been a pretty good one. Look at that. Absolutely remarkable. There's a screenshot. Simon, welcome. You are, mate. Right, you know what we need to do? We need to get rid of the music. So there's somebody else rightly earlier, what's the hook? There's the hook. We cannot decelerate too much, look, without hitting this hook with the speed brake deployed on the A321. We're through 10,000, so landing lights, when we turn off lights, let's put the nose lights on, seatbelt signs, double check that. So we're going to have to reduce our speed brake setting to match that of the deceleration we need. And now we're in flat limiting speeds. We are just about in flat 1 extension speed, max 235. I'm going to let it come down a little bit more towards green dot. And on my MCDU, I'm just going to activate approach phase now. Just get ahead of it. So we basically monitor green dot the entire time. Flaps 1. Look at that real narrow margin there. And then we're going to go TS 769, but I'm actually going to continue the descent down to 3,000 feet. .210 will do us. Still descending with a little bit of speed brake, just enough to manage the energy, but we've got the balance right. That's going to be cabin crew seats for landing. Speed brake warnings, we've had it out for a while. Auto brakes set low, park brakes off. Approach mode is active. Minimum set, approach is briefed. We're going to go direct Xanos in a second. I might put them under a bit of pressure then, Dave, in a minute. Disregard. Tenerife South traffic, Osprey 321 Alpha is inbound to Cafu through level 80, descending 3,000, direct Xanos for the ILS 07 to land. Direct Xanos, insert LS. We're going to win the energy battle. Let's go for 200 knots. Oh, we got 10 miles, 220, 15. Okay, let's go for 2,500 feet for the descent. Local pressure 1018. That Chanex is up, still no call. It does make you wonder why people bother with VATSIM if they don't use it for comms. And at the very least, like, just say that you're taking off. We're not clairvoyant. 215, so we're just about flap speed for 2. But I'm going to want a little bit more energy off here. Couple of miles to go though. I'm going to set speed 180. I've got the guy on TCAS that's not transmitting, who's just departed anyway. He's above us, I think. No, he's -6 climbing. So we're going to pass under him by about 1,000 feet, I reckon. Okay, speed is 210, flaps 2, please. In fact, no, let's leave it as it is. I'm looking for this guy. I was going to slow down quicker than I wanted to, just to make sure that we had a bit more spacing. Let's go for the 1,400 feet per minute rate of descent, 2,500, targeting 180. Not chasing it yet though. Speed brakes out a little bit, just to manage the energy at 205 knots. We're looking pretty good. Heading mode, and we'll vector in left. One, 2, 0. Oops. Sorry, smashed the old microphone there, flaps 2. Let's go left 100, approach mode armed. Big 180, ground spoilers armed, flaps 2, overhead panel checked. Tenerife South traffic Osprey 321 Alpha is established ILS 07 to land 13 miles. Yeah, they're still landing 07. They've got 2 other aircraft. Well, there's 3 aircraft just landing actually on 07 as we speak. What the?
$2,500.
Tenerife South traffic Osprey 321 Alpha is 10 mile final, ILS 07 to land Tenerife South. I don't usually do this. I'm just going to fly at the guy. He's lining up. I'm on a like 8 mile final. He's going to fly towards me on takeoff. Just stupidity maximised. Yeah, he's already he's done a call saying he's taken off, David. Can you hear the ATC in the background? Could you hear that, Ryanair? Cool. Get out. Oh, good, you heard. I'm just going to fly at him, and then he's going to be like, why? But I did a call before. Flap 3. And I did a call after. Oh yeah, turn off TCAS, good point. TA mode's active. He's right towards me now, look. 400 feet. Tenerife South traffic Osprey 321 Alpha, another call, 07 to land, 5 miles, short final. He's going to have to just turn left and break off. There he is, I think he has. And visual with the departing Ryanair that's airborne, no factor. All flat. Very lovely job. So he heard me, he's just worked around it, but yeah, just we need a proper like ATIS environment in VATSIM, so when there's, I mean it's a big data question, isn't it, but we kind of need, I'll focus on the landing. Autopilot off, I've control. Let's go full right, Lufthansa, auto throttles off.
Tenerife South traffic, Tomjet 4 Mike Lima, turning base leg for runway 07, Tenerife South.
Look at this terraforming, wow.
500.
Morning, Canadian Flight Simmer.
100 above. Minimum.
And continue. Tailwind's just switched to push us down a bit of sink, but we're all
100.
good. Looking ahead. Here we go.
50, 40, 30, 20. Retard.
Okay, let's get the reversers out proper. Yeah, yeah. Manual brakes. Let's get off here. Oh, my tiller control is so bad.
Tenerife South
APU on.
traffic, Tomjet 4 Mike Lima, fully established
3
runway
seconds.
07
Gosh.
at 10 miles.
Frame gen,
Tenerife
yes,
South.
Mr. Salt. I've got frame gen on. Yeah, what we need is like a data center for VATSIM that feeds in kind of like a cross-check of kind of like flight radar, like APIs and all that sort of stuff, I suppose, although that costs money, to give us actually what is being operated in real life. That's ultimately what we need. Look at this. Welcome to Tenerife South. Tenerife South traffic, Osprey 321 Alpha is vacated, 07, taxi into the apron. Go past the water ferries. That's kind of one of the next technological things we need on VATSIM, isn't it? The ability to have a more accurate ATIS system that's just dynamic and always on. And then a controller can log on and take it on, take it over. That is, we do need something like that. Fortunately. But hey, at least that guy got out of the way. I think 07 makes more sense as well, because I mean that's why they're still using it, because everything's going north.
4 Mike Lima, short final for runway 07, 4 miles, Tenerife South.
So it is more efficient as well. If you bleed. Speaking of efficiency, let's go yellow hydraulics, electrical pump on. Thought I just pressed it, but I'll just double check. That key binder's changed. Is it still on? Yes, because that's the last thing I need, is an engine shutdown. And then we'll have engine 2 off. Reset that rudder trim as well. It's an electrical pump that feeds the hydraulics across from one system to another, meaning that you can do a single engine taxi basically. Don't know what stands are free. Definitely not spotting. Awesome. What a touchdown. Buttery smooth on the nose wheel as well. Man should be flying Airbus. Why can't you just turn off one engine? So the engines feed different hydraulic systems. If you just turn one off without giving it the electrical pump for the other systems, then you might lose other bits of like your hydraulic systems. You might lose a little bit of brake pressure or whatever it might be. Right, let's try and find this. Is it 6? I think it is 6. Oh, we've stopped again. Agiona! Come on, let's give us the juice. Let's keep on rolling.
Tenerife South traffic, Tomjet 4 Mike Lima vacate.
Oh, we're single engine taxi, don't forget. So basically now I've just got to operate one throttle only. So I need that one engine to work a little bit harder. Apron textures look really good, look at this. B. Oh, well, we'll park at 6. Taxi lights off. Risk of almost coming to a stop again here, so a little bit more power. Doing 4 knots. 5 knots, good. So we've won the energy battle. Toby eye tracker on. For some reason now today it's doing that as a central point. That can't be right. Oh, almost missed me turn. What the wing walker's doing standing there? Guy's a madman. Get out of the way, man. Alright, we're gonna have to completely ignore these, because this is a GSX profile that's not quite the same.
Tomjet 4 Mike Lima
Pixel, welcome.
taxiing on Tango to stand Echo 57.
I'll do. I'm ignoring that guy.
And Tenerife South traffic, Condor
Good.
1
That's
Mike,
engine
Lima,
off.
Start gate Juliet 3 for runway 07, Tenerife South traffic.
Beacon lights off. Lovely job. Right, how do you think we've done? Let's have a quick look. On New Sky. So the schedules typically earn between 2 and 3 times more than a free flight. Sometimes they earn 5 times, up to 5 times more. Look at that, $44,000. Of profit. Not too shabby. My airlines, flights. Where are we? My badger's not down yet. Right, Chris is down. He earned 48,000. Fly from Gatwick with a fuller load, and that was a scheduled service as well. So there's big money. Ergie's coming in. Let's go to spotting. Tenerife South plane spotting platform. Oh yeah, we've got to go there. Oh, chase plane crashed. Bizarre. Where's this platform? Oh, no, that can't be right. That's better. I say we're not shouldn't be over the water. Badge has just touched down offline. There are now 2 jets, team. There's an A321neo needing to be flown on a scheduled service back to Gatwick, and this A321 ready to be flown back to Bristol for anyone up for the challenge. That was a great touchdown. Look at that. This new spotting thing is brilliant on this. Good effort. Right, let's have a little look at Tenerife South version 2, shall we? Already significant improvements. You've got this whole like spotting area up here, look, which is super busy. And this looks remarkable. Look at this. Oh wow, look at that. Interior looks pretty good. Book our head in. We'll come back to this in a second. This looks pretty good from here. Back through the door. super crystal clear signage. I wanted to kind of go and have a little look. Sometimes bits of a test I like to do are looking at the advert boards to see how much attention to detail they've put in these, because if they're super pixelated then you think, well, actually how much detail have they put in, but look at that. Really good. Got the VOR, they're looking really good in the background. The stuff over here, where is it? The car park. This looks fantastic. Look at that. Ashley, are you still in the live chat? Do you know roughly when this is going to be releasing, by any chance? Whole new car park facility. Look at the stone. Proper texturing. We'll have a look at the night lighting as well. How far out does this go? Go zoom zoom. Right, it goes right out here. The road. There you go, it stops there, look. How far it is. The rock and everything there, the terraforming in the background looks phenomenal, doesn't it? Look at that. Let me just go up. Look at that for an overview. Looks amazing. I mean, even from here, this road here, it's not been done, but it looks really good. What's this? Water sewage, water treatment farm, by the looks of it. Let's have a quick look around the perimeter, and it will zip over the top. If there's anything specific you want to see, by the way, team, do shout out, let us know. Little dinky fire trainer. How intricate this is. The terraforming here is really good. Looks proper, doesn't it? What do we got over this way? Got these little power units. A couple of hotels down here for you, Ian. Near the airport. That rock there looks really cool. Yeah, the terraforming here looks brilliant.
Tenerife South traffic, Condor 1 Mike Lima lining up 07.
Right, let's go to night time. Zoom. Look at that. Bring the lights down proper. About there will do us. Gonna have to reload live weather. Oh, look at those green lights at the taxiways. Where's that little rambler? Here it is. Look at that. We'll chase the Condor as he takes off, shall we? You can just about see the tower on the right hand side. Lots of apron flood lighting. The runway lights look amazing. There he is.
Tenerife South traffic, Condor 1 Mike Lima taking off, runway 07, Tenerife South traffic.
Pixel, the flight was good. 4 hours long, but pretty good. Runway textures look really good. Look at this. Vic says he goes to Tenerife every month and he says it looks like real life. It's always good to hear. The lights are so bright. There he goes. Happy days. Right. Night lighting around the terminal. We got custom signs down here. These look really good. Look at that. Really nicely illuminated. Same with these little blue edge lights here, look. And they're not lights as such, look, they're kind of like reflective strips almost as well. Very cleverly made. That's very smart. Let's go and see what the water ferries have got to say for themselves. I didn't notice that. Look at this. We taxi straight past it. Nice. This whole like cargo facility, even the fuel farm there in the backdrop with those little lights all illuminated around on the stairs, they look really good, very naturally made. MKStudios have come on like properly leaps and bounds with the quality of their scenery. Look at this apron lighting, and they were good anyway, but they've in the last couple of years really come into their own. Look at that. What do you guys think in the chat? Your opinion is as important, if not more important, than mine. We look at the tower. There's a lot on the interior on this side of the terminal. Looks like a little bit more depth. We'll have a good old explore of that. A couple of animated flags. Oh, look at this. No way. Animated aircon machine things. Tower looks really good. Lots of detail in the roof. Baggage and way out. It's got to be for the domestics side. Hey look, got the little baggage system underneath here. I mean, that's pretty cool. Oops, my bad. The keybinds control is shocking today. That there, for like the level of detail all in just that one little bit of image. Phenomenal. And then you've got all the tour buses down here. Let's get the live time back on, shall we? Mind your eyes. See the textures for as they are. This is phenomenally detailed. Tower in the day, the concrete. Then we can just walk back through the forecourt area, look. Into arrivals. Let's punch through here first, as soon as we have just landed. We go through? Yes, we can. Always straight to the boards. That annoys me. Did you get New York JFK? Atlanta? Doubt it. Kind of wish they'd fix that. I mean, that could be probably done before release. And the arrivals board wouldn't say go to gate. Air Connect. Heathrow, Barcelona. Lisbon, Madrid. This is really nicely detailed. Look at the roof. What's on this side here? Yeah, see, this is more like it. Oh my goodness, sorry. Very pixelated though. An AI generated by the looks, I think. Or what's Lena Port? Lanetotun. Don't know what that is. Rio. Oh no, that is mega. Archers. Brussels, Belfast. Airport. Don't know what that is. Bitterberg. Manhalt. Madriri. Yeah, that's a bit of AI. Which I'm not a fan of in sceneries. Especially when you've got like, look how nice the signage is above it. And then you've got all the kind of car rentals and things. And then you've got all this intricate detail on the roof. Just put a real sign in. At least some real routes. It can't be that hard, surely. SoFly is an absolute bugger for it, because their whole airport scene, all the signs are just AI generated, and it looks terrible. I'm hoping MKStudios don't go down that route, because it is a real turn off. Fish, where's Fishmorn? Fishmorn isn't even a place. Google said, have you misspelt good morning? Yeah, I mean, like, where's the location of Fishmorn? Like, not... There it is. Fishmorn. I mean, there's some real ones on there. London Luton, Hamburg, but even that, like London Lattus. I bet they thought, well, we'll leave it pixelated so people don't notice. But yeah, I mean, that's very minor details that really we shouldn't really care about. That's when you know you've got good scenery, right? And then we've got security. Rightly so, very bland and generic. Let's pop through to departures. Yeah, they put like a little bit of storage there so you can just walk through, there's no walls. Look at this! This is where it matters. This is what we see. I mean, again, we've got Cheseldon, flights to Cheseldon, flights to Fishmorn, Lena Port Rio. Some real ones on there, but the rest are absolutely gump. Proper word salad. This is lovely though, really good internals. Another top quality scenery from the team at MKStudios, no doubt. The old boozer. Big old airport, this. What's down there? Looks like travelators. Oh, this is the arrivals level. Just notice, look at the little details there on the glass. That's really cool. That is not a quick job. That's a lot of detail. Look, if you go alongside it, look at that on the left hand side. Brilliant. See, I like everything except for these departure boards. Everything else is, as to be expected, properly stunning. Really well done. Look at this. This bit's brilliant. Gives you Terminal 5 vibes, that look, with the reaching up and over. Very intricate roof work. So I'm making an assumption that this is going to be out fairly soon. Schengen area? Or non-Schengen area? Departures back to the UK? We'll get rid of those American signs as well, what on earth? Whoa! Yeah, look at that, really good. Clear engine 1, welcome. And the apron's phenomenally good. Really nice levels of detail. Again, that custom GSX profile will come out on release, or nearer to release. That'll have us pretty well covered for that. As always, exterior is just phenomenally well modelled. Night textures are brilliant. Terminals bang on the money, except for that departures board, which is AI generated and really not a fan of. Photogrammetry in the exterior look brilliant as well. If you look off down there towards those car parks event, what a phenomenal bit of work from them creating all of that. It gives us a real nice lifelike kind of vibe. Brings the whole airport to life, I think. And you compare this to, is it Simwings at Tenerife South? It just doesn't pop anywhere near the way that this does. It doesn't. When you compare that against this, that Simwings Tenerife South, which I have, it just looks really dated, quite bland in comparison. So MKStudios have absolutely smashed it out of the park with this. Once again, a really top job from them. Well, I hope you've enjoyed the last 5 hours of our stream today. Don't forget to hit like and subscribe to the channel if you've not done so already. And if you're scratching your head looking for what to watch next weekend, Saturday, my only day off for about 12-13 days, I'm going to be doing Cross Africa for the first time live, and I'm going to be controlling Cape Verde Tower for the first 90 minutes, followed by a 30-minute break, and then after that we'll be connecting to Nairobi Tower to give 3 hours of continuous air traffic control at Nairobi for Cross Africa, and it's going to be pretty good, I think. It's going to be quite an exciting day. First time being a tower controller for a big major event as well. Loads of you have got slots, which is great to see across the entire Cross Africa network. Lots of slots available still. A couple are left to be booked. Various airports around the network. Don't forget, if you are flying, to fly with and track with Osprey Airways. But in the meantime, thanks for watching. Enjoy the rest of the weekend wherever you are in the world, whatever you're going to be doing. And I'll see you next time. Thanks for watching. Take care.